Everybody, welcome to the Model Y special episode 97 of Tokwa's Ask Us Anything. This has been an absolutely bonkers week. BYD Executive Vice President Lian Yubo has confirmed in an interview on China's state-owned broadcaster CGTN that his company will shortly be supplying batteries to Tesla. In the interview, Lian stated that Tesla is a very successful company no matter what. BYD respects that, and we admire Tesla. We are good friends with Elon Musk, and we will soon supply him with batteries. We are friends. The National Highway Transportation Safety Administration has upgraded its investigation into Tesla Autopilot to an engineering analysis. In a statement, the NHTSA said its investigation is, quote, upgrading to an engineering analysis to extend the existing crash analysis, evaluate additional data sets, perform vehicle evaluations, and to explore the degree to which autopilot and associated Tesla systems may exacerbate human factors or behavioural safety risks by undermining the effectiveness of the driver's supervision. In doing so, NHTSA plans to continue its assessment of vehicle control authority, driver engagement technologies, and related human considerations. State-owned Shanghai Securities News has reported that Tesla's Shanghai Gigafactory has produced more than 40,000 vehicles since resumption of production following its COVID shutdown in late March this year. It has also reported that its two-shift, around-the-clock production program has returned the factory to 100% full capacity production. Elon Musk has confirmed at a company-wide meeting that Tesla will use an intense end-of-quarter rush to mitigate lost deliveries due to Shanghai's COVID shutdown. During the meeting, Musk said, "This has been a challenge since late 2008. There always seems to be something that happens and causes the end of the quarter to be nutty, and this quarter will not be an exception, mostly because we had this huge challenge with the COVID restrictions in Shanghai. It basically shut down the Shanghai factory for much of the early part of the quarter. It is only now getting back to full production. It will be pretty intense this quarter." An extraordinary video has demonstrated that while the saying "sticks and stones may break my bones" may indeed be true, it doesn't necessarily apply when you're in a Tesla, with the owner being reported as escaping uninjured. Tesla has confirmed in a Securities and Exchange Commission 14A filing that it is planning to enact a 3-for-1 stock split once approval has been gained at its upcoming annual stockholders meeting being held on the 4th of August. At the meeting, stockholders will be asked to approve an increase in the number of authorised shares from the current 2 billion common shares to 6 billion common shares. In its filing, Tesla stated that the primary purpose of the authorised shares amendment is to facilitate a 3-for-1 split of our common stock in the form of a stock dividend. Tesla is extending its vision-only based autopilot strategy in Australia. In a statement on their website, Tesla states, "We are continuing the transition to Tesla Vision, our camera-based autopilot system. Model 3 and Model Y vehicles built from June 2022 for the Australian market now utilise our camera-based Tesla Vision, which relies on Tesla's advanced suite of cameras and neural net processing to deliver autopilot and related features. At launch, cars with Tesla Vision may be delivered with some features temporarily limited or inactive, including auto steer will be limited to a maximum speed of 140 km per hour and a longer minimum following distance. In the future, these features will be fully restored via a series of over-the-air software updates. All other available autopilot and Tesla full self-driving features will be active at delivery, depending on order configuration." This move is in line with Tesla's long-term autopilot strategy, which was outlined in Tesla's Q1 2021 earnings call, whereby Elon Musk stated, "When your vision works, it works better than the best human because it's like having 8 cameras. It's like having eyes in the back of your head, beside your head, and has 3 eyes of different focal distances looking forward and processing it at a speed that is superhuman. There's no question in my mind that with a pure vision solution, we can make a car that is dramatically safer than the average person." In an email to Tesla employees, Elon Musk confirmed that Tesla's Brandenburg Gigafactory has approached a weekly production of 1,000 Model Ys. In his email, Musk stated, "This has been a very tough quarter, primarily due to supply chain challenges in China, so we need to rally hard to recover. I'd like to congratulate the Fremont team for achieving an all-time record production day last week and Berlin for making almost 1,000 cars last week. This is great stuff. Shanghai is returning to full strength and Austin is spooling up. Onward to victory. Musk's email is in line with Brandenburg's Regional Economy Minister Jörg Steinbach, stating that the Grünheide plant has been running 2 shifts from the 23rd of May, with a third due to start before the end of the year. The Western Australian Government has committed to spending $3.5 billion over 10 years to build renewable energy capacity to replace Synergy's 2 coal-fired power stations at Collie and Muja, which are set to be decommissioned in 2027 and 2029. The government will build about 800 megawatts of new wind generation, as well as 2,000 megawatt hours of lithium-ion battery storage, as well as pushing for the construction of significantly larger pumped hydro installations. Tesla is well placed to tender for the supply of all required battery storage capacity, which would only require approximately 666 megapack units. In a reply tweet to a question asking about an ETA for FSD Beta in right-hand drive markets, Elon Musk replied that this would be released probably later this year. And that was this week's news. Actually, I think there was something else in the news. What was it? At 8:14 and 10 seconds on the morning of Friday the 10th of June, Tesla's long-awaited order page for Model Y finally opened. Thus far, Tesla is offering the standard range Model Y at a base cost of $70,625 and the performance Model Y at a base cost of $95,625. It is not currently offering a long-range variant, but this is expected to change in the coming months. Delivery times for the performance Model Y started at late 2022 and then quickly changed to November to February 2023, and the delivery times for the standard Model Y started at August to November and changed to November to February 2023, less than 5 hours after the order page opened. By last Monday, delivery times for both models shifted further out to February to May 2023. The dramatic shift in delivery times plausibly suggests that an entire quarter's allocation was ordered on the first day and that in the following days an even greater number of cars has been ordered. Elon Musk himself seemed to have been surprised at Australia's response to the release of Model Y when he replied to a tweet stating that, "We're working on accelerating right-hand drive Model Y production. Didn't expect demand to be so high."
Getting a performance anyway. Don't got time for this.
Oh yeah, definitely getting a performance. So white. That's it. That's all you got to do. White. Performance.
Yeah.
Job done.
Photo bar, scroll down, put your details in.
Let's have the white interior
Oh!
conversation again.
Oh! It's on.
I'm not getting it.
Oh, it is. You're right. Yeah.
I'm in.
I'm refreshing.
Holy shit. Oh.
Why is mine not working?
110,000.
It's not letting me do it.
Hang on, Paul. You need to go to the page, go to the Model 3, and then change it to a Y on the order page.
So and then change
order
the model.
And go into the URL and change it to a Model Y.
Yes. Oh. Okay.
Success.
Come on, you son of a bitch. I'm in.
I'm in.
Right.
And that was all of this week's news. And I'm tired already. I think I might just go to bed. I've had enough. That's it. That's all I need to know. And that's good night from me. So,
That's good night from him.
Yeah, I was I got up at 1:15 in the morning where I was, which was 7:15 in Australia, in Perth, and it wasn't on. And I go, bugger, I'm going to sit here and wait. And a few hours later, I woke up again, and I didn't order until about 4 hours later,
Oh shit!
unfortunately. So mine's now November to February.
yep. Yep, it literally in less than 5 hours, we noticed it go to that, which is just extraordinary. Before we go on, because that's what we're going to talk about all night, if there's anyone new, please do feel free to shout out and say hello. We'd love to hear from you. And if you'd rather do it stealth style, then that's cool. That you can also put questions in the chat or whatever. But please do say hello. Just interrupt me.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Peter.
Yep.
Welcome.
Good. Peter, yes, thank you. I've
Rick here. Yeah, sorry.
Yep, been
Yes,
here.
so Rick, we'll get to you in 2 seconds. So Pete, tell us
Okay.
about your
Yeah.
Tesla experience.
Well, interesting. I ordered a Model 3 back in May, which is when I joined you guys, because I found out about you, which looks pretty good so far. Except for I thought you're all old blokes like me, which is good to see as well. And yeah, then of course
I think Joe might take that a bit personally, but
then when the Y was announced, I ordered the entry level one, and then changed to the performance one the next day, and my time frame moved out to November, February. So same as most other people, I suppose.
Well, actually, Peter, the performance was always November to February, basically.
Yeah, you're right. Just that my particular one, I thought bugger, but my wife actually convinced me to get the performance one. She said, "You're not going to be happy if you get that. You're going to be whinging at me for the rest of your life." So yeah, she convinced me.
That's a good wife, Peter. Hang on to that one.
She's a keeper, yes.
She's a keeper.
Can I change mine because she wouldn't let me order the performance, the bitch?
So Nigel, yeah, the answer to that is yes, you can, but you'll go to the back of the queue. So you'll go to the back of the queue. That's official.
She's down in the room at the moment, and I'm sitting up on top deck, so I can say she's a bitch, but she wouldn't let me order it.
Well, that's okay. Well, you two are grown-ups. You settle it out of Australia, please, and come back as happy families.
Yeah, and on camera too.
What happens on the boat stays on the boat, Nigel.
Okay, so I think it was Rick who was next. So Rick, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm just debating whether to order the Y tonight, but ideally,
Yes.
I want the long range. Are we going to get the long range in it? You think in Australia?
Yes, but not yet.
Get the
as Tesla's
performance
done before, they've only got 2 versions.
Yeah.
Look, you can actually. Let's just park that for a moment because we'll talk about. I too was shaken out and got a performance instead of the standard range, but we'll talk about some details that the performance isn't as bad as you might think. So, but the short answer to your question is yes, and you should place an order now. Just do it because you only live once, and order delivery dates are blowing out further and further and further and further, which we'll discuss in a sec.
I've only had my 3 5 months. Very happy with it. But now that this has come out, and Mission Control is advising me to go for the Y. So I think I'm going to go that way. Yeah. Why
not? And the great thing too is if you wanted to flip your 3, although it's always good to be a 2 Tesla family because many of us have done that quite quickly. But if you did have to flip your 3, there's a very, very healthy secondhand 3 market. And you will flip it with very little loss at all.
And funny enough, after talking to you last time, I did actually get the Stealth tow bar fitted to the 3, which I'm very pleased with. It's great. It carries the bike rack beautifully. So, but of course, now that the Y is out, I want the Y.
Of course, and so do thousands of others, tens of thousands of others. We'll quickly move on so that we'll rediscuss that a bit later. Is there anyone else that's new that you'd like to introduce yourself, please? Not okay. Well,
Yep.
certainly everyone's welcome. Anyone is welcome to do that a bit later on, or even just say hello in the chat, which is cool. Okay, so Nigel, yeah, if you did change, you'd go to the back of the queue. Now, this is something really important, which we should get out on Facebook and email. Is if you've got a 3 that you've already ordered and you've paid your $350 order fee, and you want to get a Y instead, there used to be a time, well, recently there was a time when you would go into like a sin bin and you wouldn't be able to order a car for 12 months or whatever. The official story with ordering a Model Y and cancelling your Model 3 is simply go and order a Y. Don't ring Tesla. Don't contact your salespeople. Just go on the website, place the order, and then go and cancel the 3. All that will happen is you will forego the $350 order fee that you spent on the 3. That's it. There's no other repercussions. No one's upset at you. Because to be perfectly honest, Model 3 delivery timeframe now is February to May. So any order that gets cancelled will simply, that allocation will, in the future, that car will be built for someone else who possibly has already ordered the car and they're just going to get it slightly sooner. So you only live once. The problem now is, of course, if you ordered a 3 and you're going to get it, say, next quarter, you will not get a Y until next year. So that's just a decision you need to make for yourself. But you could also, and this is not financial advice, which I'll just get to that right
Just
this
play
minute.
that now.
The following segment is general in nature and shouldn't be taken as personal professional advice. Listeners should seek their own independent assessment from a qualified advisor and not rely on the general nature of information in this program.
So having said that, it's not such an arduous thing to actually take the 3 and either go to a 2 Tesla family and do that stretch, or get the Y next year and in say 9 months time and flip the 3. Because like I said, the second-hand car value of 3s is very high.
So will the 3 values come down as more Ys come onto the market?
I personally don't believe so, because
I agree.
Look, I actually believe that this is not the beginning of the end. It's merely the end of the beginning. Elon Musk said on Twitter that he was surprised. Now, he's not a ignorant person. Tesla have seen launches of Model Y in other jurisdictions. I think they were truly taken aback by Australia's demand. And I mean, you can see that. It without doubt, a whole quarters of allocation was taken up in less than the first 5 hours on the first day.
Wasn't it 10,000 that were ordered?
Well, I think that's I think that's a stale number. I think the true number is far, far beyond that. Ludicrously far beyond that.
And if you were to put that into context, Australia's best-selling car for the last 4 years has been the Toyota Hilux. Last year, they sold just under 53,000 cars. And in 5 days, Tesla is, at the 10,000 plus mark. So they've got another 360 days to get to another 40,000, and they'll be the best-selling car in Australia. So look, granted, the first few days, the demand's obviously going to be higher, and then it will stabilize. But I thought Model Y would be the best-selling car in Australia in 3 to 5 years. Looks like it could happen, in the next 12 months. It's absolutely incredible.
And the thing too is, I actually believe, yes, there was this big impulse of, well, people like us, Tesla owners, who want to get a Y. We've been looking forward to getting a Y for a long time. But I don't even know if it's been in any of the news bulletins at all, any mention about this. There are millions of people out there that have never seen a Y, possibly not even heard of a Model Y. I think there are a lot of people that they may get Y curious and have a look on the order page and go, oh, well, it's delivery, February to May. It's just too hard. It's going to take too long. I'm sick of it. I'll just do something else or just procrastinate. I think what will unleash the true tsunami of demand is when Tesla can get the delivery times down to 3 to 6 months. I think when people see that, there will be this second wave of buyers that will just jump in. You know, you look at the Model 3, its delivery time frames have actually gone out further. They haven't reduced. Some of us might have thought that, Model 3 will come back a bit because it'll get replaced by Model Y. But it's just not happening because more and more people want these cars. And once people see Model Ys in the street, just like you see Model 3s, and once our demo car comes, by the end of the month perhaps, or early July, and people can sit in these cars and see how massively big they are, just as
Apart from
Nigel
Nigel,
has
of
shown
course.
us. Yeah, from Nigel's video.
Yeah, I've already sat in one and it's absolutely gorgeous. It really is. But an interesting thing was I was talking to the Tesla employees in London and I said, we're going to get the standard range and the performance and not the long range to start off with. And they go, standard range? There isn't such a thing. We've only got the long range and performance here. And they were quite surprised. So
Yeah, well, they need
I
to
don't
be
know whether
more-
they're ever going to get the standard range or not in England, but there are a massive number of 3s and Ys, Ioniqs, VW ID 3s and 4s. It's just huge numbers there. And in Spain, I've seen 3 Model 3s, 1 Ioniq 5 and 1 Kona EV. And that's it in the whole of Spain. I couldn't see any more.
While we're talking
Unbelievable.
about overseas markets and getting back to your earlier question, Rick, people thought that the Model 3 prices would come off once the Model Y was released in the US. And the experience was that they held their value. So, they didn't increase in value, but they did hold their value. So,
Hey, Pete, if you borrowed Nigel's camera,
Yeah, I think so.
yeah, you only get your head in the screen, mate. You just borrowed it for the night, have you?
my head's grown so much you can't fit into the camera view. I'm in the doghouse, Jared, for buying too many Teslas.
that makes total sense.
And Paul's back in the doghouse too.
No, this is the most comfortable, temperature controlled, beautiful place to be.
That's what he's going with. And it's working, Paul. I believe you.
Well, hell, I won the argument.
That's it.
She's actually getting a Y, and thanks to Russell for helping me out. I was clicking for how long was it? Like 2 hours. We were clicking the damn thing, refresh, and then it pops up, and then it wouldn't fucking work. I mean,
and then Harold did a double-fisted punch into the air.
Yep.
Classic.
I think it was 4 minutes from the time that it opened to the time that I got the email to say that it had been done.
Yeah, right.
For my one. And so
I'm going to
guys
get
would have been a
offline.
couple of-
I'm going to get offline and order my wine in a minute, but I've got a slight problem on the 3. I wonder if anyone can help me with, please.
Yes.
It on the navigation screen. It's got I live in a retirement village, believe it or not, and it keeps going. Every time I put it on, it wants to navigate to another part of the village. I can't clear it from the screen. I cancel it and it's gone then. Yeah, cancel it. Yeah, go drive somewhere, put it back on again, and it's trying to navigate to the same place again.
Okay, so you should clear your home location. Sorry, your home is the favorite. There's a work and a home address. Delete it. Now, how does this work? You then
plug in.
You
then go to where you want to be, and you set home then again. So you remove it all off. You drive to where your home is, and then it says you plug in and charge, and you say, "Do you want this to be your home?" And you say yes.
Okay, then I'll give it a try. Well, thank you. That'll cure it. I'm going to get on now and order my. Oh, interior colours, any lads? Any?
Black, definitely black.
Black.
Definitely, yeah, black.
White.
No,
White.
You like cleaning?
Black. Go black.
White is wonderful and cool.
I've
and easy.
got a
looks
red.
better.
Black is for
A black's
the,
easier to look after.
Get
yeah,
white to
black's,
match your
black's
hair.
much easier, isn't it? Yeah,
Oh
black.
yeah, that's a lot of help. Thank you. I've got a red and black, red and black free at the moment. I might probably stick to that. Anyway, I'm going to get off and order it now. See you later. Thank you.
And then
Good luck,
hop
Rick.
back on to say that what you
Yeah,
got.
hop back on and tell us what happened.
Yeah, get a white, mate. Get a white. You'll never regret it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I
get
want
a
a red
white.
one, but my granddaughter, who's 18 and is totally in charge of me, insists we get a white one. But I've got to explain that to her anyway. Maybe she pays for it. Yeah. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
nice.
See you.
All right. Good luck.
Good
Cheers.
night. Cheers.
So, Harold, back to the point you're making before, the prices of the 3 and the Y won't reduce while the order book's so full. Why would they?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
America's about to go into recession. They're not going to cut prices now.
No.
No.
And the
Okay.
second-hand market's, pretty hot. I mean, I was looking at the price of Mitzi's, and they'd actually gone up from when I bought Leone's. So I'm actually going to make a profit when we sell it.
And don't forget,
Anyone want to
normally,
buy a Mitzi?
normally if you had a new model out, or even a new model year, not that Tesla really does that, naturally you would expect in a normal environment, economic environment, that the older cars would lose favor. But this is a paradigm shift. This is back to 1900 when there was a street full of horses and one horseless carriage. And then, in 1913, there was a street full of cars and one horse. So the more people see more Teslas on the road, more of them will see that and want them. And they want them now. They don't want them in a year's time. So they will take your secondhand 3 or your secondhand anything EV and buy it and pay top dollar. So it's just a totally different environment we're working in. It really is.
Are you saying the recession is going to be that bad, Harold, that we're going to get a horse and cart?
Well,
Is
it
that
only
what
has
you-
one
is that what
horse.
you-
It only has 1 horsepower unless you have 2, and then you'll get 2 horsepower.
2 motors.
Dual motor.
That'd be 8-hoof drive too.
Oh, yeah.
Harold, so you posted a message up today saying that there's a Model 3 for sale on the Tesla site, which I'm looking at now.
Yes.
And the price of that second-hand 2021 model is actually more expensive than ordering a brand new one.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yep.
How much
it's
is
a
it?
performance.
103,500.
But when it's drive away, it's 111, isn't it? Off the top of my head.
Oh,
if you
no,
go-
no, because it's second-hand, they've already paid the taxes, so...
No, but there's stamp duty still. So
Oh, yeah, there is,
I-
sorry, yeah.
I think if you say order now and you look at finance details, I think it's 111 off the top of my head, but I
Let me have a
could be
look.
wrong.
I'll tell you in 1 second.
You will, Russell.
$111,631.
111. Yeah, there you go.
So,
So, look, that is unashamedly expensive, and it is a Tesla inventory, so it is expensive.
and it's done 13,000 kilometers.
Yeah, yep. But that
We
will
also
sell.
Tell you expensive, Harold. About I think Rob Mauer was saying this morning about the Ford,
Rob
the Ford
Mauer.
F-150 Lightning was on the lot, brand new, and it had $69,000 US, and the dealer charge was another $69,000.
Actually, Richard, if you got to ask us anything last week a bit earlier than you did, that's exactly what we showed that image
Ah,
from a
okay.
photo.
Yeah,
A
exactly.
photo taken.
You're a week behind, Richard.
That's all right. Some of us are ahead
My
of the
age.
curve, like
Yeah,
Pete,
Oh,
and
behind the
others. Others
No,
are
Pete's
behind the
behind
curve.
the curve.
Pete's in the curve at the moment.
And people like Alex have got 2 curves.
How are you, Alex?
I am well. How are you, Jared?
I'm very good, mate. Very good. You haven't got COVID?
No, I haven't got COVID.
That's
I
good.
am looking at getting the Y, but I don't know what to do.
Oh.
Just get it.
I don't know what to do. I've got
Why
the
would you
Y,
want
I'm happy
one?
with it.
Why would you want one, Alex?
You can pull more girls.
Yeah.
You can fit 5 nice girls in there. And
In
one
the
in
I
the
had, a
boot.
question, I had a question for Nigel, though. I did have a question for Nigel.
Yeah, where is
How
Nigel? He's
much-
on a cruise boat, I think.
Is he there?
Nigel, where are you? Nigel, come
Maybe
in.
he's having a nap.
Well,
Having
it's
a
very
nap?
late.
Yeah.
He's probably just got off the,
Or his wife was watching.
he's just got off the shuffleboard. He's just got off the shuffleboard deck on deck 9, and he's gone down to the buffet.
It's only lunchtime. It's just after lunch for him, so he might be a little bit
Oh,
tired
here he is.
after
There,
lunch.
there he is. Look at him.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
ladies, green.
Alex, talk to
It's a
talk
love
to Nigel.
boat.
Okay.
Is Nigel there? Come in, Nigel.
I'm here. I'm here.
Yep. Got a question for you, Nigel. What is the
What?
rear seat? What is the rear seats like on the Model Y compared to the 3? Is there more space
Yes.
Oh,
instead of
he's
being?
asking
Hey, hey, Alex.
They're easy.
Jump on Tokwa's webpage, tokwa.org.au, and
Yep.
there's a video link there to iTesla, and he did a really good comparison between the 3, the Y, and the X, the back seat room in all 3 cars. And he's over 6 foot, but he also had his daughter sit in it. And yeah, it's a really good comparison between all 3. So it's the latest, latest article on tokwa.org.au.
Alex is looking at it.
And
now.
I think,
Google
and I
it.
think there's a link to Nigel's video there too.
I mean, watching Nigel's
I
videos,
had.
Yeah, that's pretty scary.
I
Sorry,
actually
go,
had
Nigel. Go, Nigel. You got a delay. Go,
difficulty-
go, go.
Sorry, I have difficulty getting in and out of my 3 in the back, but in the Y, no problems.
What are you doing in the back
You've got
of your
Zimmer
three?
frame access in the Y. They got like a.
Is that when your nose is driving? Is that when you sit in the back? Is it, Nigel?
Well, he's got his
Yes.
sangria in the back.
Are you on the cruise boat at the moment, Nigel?
I am, yes, and
Well-
we're heading to Tunisia.
Okay, that sounds nice.
Which they have, don't they have superchargers?
Oh no! What's the boat called, Nigel?
Love boat.
It
looks like Captain
the
Stupid.
shit ship.
The shit
No, it's the
ship.
shit ship.
Oh, okay, not having a good trip. They're not good.
It's
no COVID.
a boat on us, so I haven't got what I have paid for, and I'm pissed. And all they've gone and said is, "Oh, we did give you $200, so what's the problem?"
You can quickly sort that out, surely.
Hey Nigel, at least you don't have floating toilets like in the QE2.
Yeah.
Nah, just piss with the wind over the edge.
Downwind.
I'm sure the people that
Downwind.
next door.
There you go. So Alex, look, if you want a Y, just buy a Y. You
already got a Y.
At this stage, you won't get it until next year. So you've actually got plenty of time to decide what to do if you're 3 in the
Exactly.
meantime. And it costs you $350 to put in a reservation. So,
Just to get on the list.
Just join the
absolutely.
list. Should just join the list. Honestly,
Get on the list.
Get on
That's
the
the
list.
secret.
I have another thing too. With the Model 3, has anyone noticed have you got a problem with getting software updates at the moment?
Model
Yeah.
3.
I had an
I just
update
did
a
one
few days
now.
ago.
I just got mine update about an hour ago.
Yeah.
Still waiting.
Stuck.
I've-
Mine's stuck on.
I've actually
16.
I've actually updated mine twice while I've been abroad. So yeah, it's easy.
Yeah, I'm still waiting,
I'll be
but-
getting them.
It's
Mine's stuck.
16.1.1.
Yeah, because mine's stuck on. It's searching for updates, but it has like a past date there of the 12th of May, so it's not receiving them.
Mine did that too for a little while, but it
Hmm.
seemed to resolve itself by itself. So it gives you like an old date that's in the past.
Yeah.
It's just a glitch.
I'll just
That's what
leave
I've
it
got
there.
too.
Yeah. Probably what it is.
I had some fun and games with 2022 16.1.1.
That's what I got now.
The first night I had it, the breaker blew for the charger, so it didn't charge. And the next morning I clicked it on and just charged it manually. And then the next night it clicked out again. And that time I looked at the app on the phone and it set itself to 48 amps. So, because I was worried it was going to be an earth fault and it was just a coincidence, but it was software. So by getting in the car and setting the current, because if you set the current on the app, it's not permanent. Got in the car and just set at this location. I just put it down to 22. And that was a week ago, well, 5 days ago, since Saturday. But yeah, and the funny thing is when you unplug it, plug it back in manually, you have to sort of do that to get it to reset after it kicked out from the breaker. It will only let you go to 32, but on timer it was going to 48.
That's 16.1.1.
Yeah,
Okay, I just got that today.
that's been my worst version for a while. I've had a few weird things happening since that's been in. It's just not been quite as good. But I've had a few other issues as well. But that's a notable one.
Something I found, look, this could be a Model X thing. I'm not entirely certain, or an S and an X thing. One of my mates saw a tweet that said if you reformat your thumb drive for dashcam and Sentry mode, your videos will come up instantaneously rather than a long delay before the screen comes up. So I dutifully did that, and it reformatted. It had an error first, and it did reformat, and since then I can't record anything. So I've got to probably replace the memory card or whatever, the memory stick, with something else, or reformat it off, like using a different computer or a computer rather than the car. So just a little warning there. If you have heard of it, maybe don't reformat your storage right at the moment, just in case.
Harold.
So is that a flash drive?
Harold. Yeah. Sorry, I know I've got a bit of a delay going. With the hard drive storage, there has been quite a few problems recently with. I've had the same trouble. I've had 2 separate hard drives, 2 or 3 separate cables, and the computer just says no, and you've got to unplug it and plug it in, and maybe once or twice, and then it works. I don't know if that's been cured with the very latest update, because I've updated mine twice while I've been on holiday, and I haven't said it.
I actually tried. I've unplugged it several times. Unfortunately, I've got to leave early tomorrow morning to drive to Kaiguna with John's spare tritium charger, and I'm just running out of time, so I'm gonna have to try and do it after the show. But I have just brought along a basic memory stick, USB stick, and I just hope that this will work. But
I want to reboot it too. On a Whirlpool group, one of the guys there had this issue where, and quite a few people have come up with it now, where they works for a few days, records for a few days, and stops. They have to reboot. And apparently the word is that and this is not a 2016 problem. This is a 16. This is actually should be fixed in 16 actually. There's a memory routine. They were doing garbage collection in the Linux kernel, and it was fragmenting the RAM. And when the car's wakes up and goes to sleep, the RAM is preserved. It's in suspend mode, and the memory gets fragmented and the recording stops. So you reboot the computer, the infotainment computer, you'll get 1 or 2 days. And they said it'll be fixed in a later version, and then they were told in 2022-16. But since 2022-12.3, I've had twice now where my USBs have lost power, and I've just rebooted the computer. They've come back, and because they've now hidden all the nice little icons across the top, which were always very handy, you don't realise it's happening until you plug your phone in or something, or put your phone onto the charge pad and see it's not charging.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I've rebooted mine. I've rebooted mine several times, and it has not come back until I've unplugged it and plugged it in again.
I use a Tesla USB as well, little Raspberry Pi Zero as my stick. So when I turn up in the garage, it finds the Wi-Fi and uploads everything off into the NAS at home. So I find, because I don't end up with millions of clips in the car, it's instant every time. As soon as you touch the button, it just pops straight up.
One thing that has worked for me is on my wife's car, I've taken the USB stick out and I've left it out for a couple of days. And then I plugged it in about 3 days ago, and it's been working perfectly ever since.
Yeah, right. So the reason why I want to have this thing working by tomorrow morning is that I've got this thing on the back of my car, And if it happens to snap off, I'm going to get some awesome dash cam footage. So at least I could console John Edwards by saying, we got 1 million clicks on YouTube to see this thing bin itself on the highway and then get hit by a Mack truck. So yeah, I really do want it to work. But I'll give it a go, Pete. I can't unplug it for a couple of days, but I might try it overnight and see if that helps it. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Or maybe just put a GoPro on a suction cup on the back window or something.
Yeah, that is another option if I can get my GoPro and take it off. Yeah. Anyway, yes, anything's possible if you have enough resources. Okay, so we know that Alex is going to get his Y. So, Alex, you might as well just
trying to work out how many Mandurrills he can fit in the back seat.
Look,
well,
I
put
actually
all
got
the seats down,
a
then
proper fold
quite
up
a few.
dream mattress. Or it's not a dream case, but it's a memory foam mattress that I got a couple of months ago. And it
dodgy, Alex.
It works a treat.
Yeah.
I'm off to invest in one when I get the wife.
Yeah.
In fact, in this room, I can see a few people that were actually at we did an impromptu, a very hastily convened special Ask Us Anything, or Model Y Order Day Ask Us Anything, which is obviously how we got that footage. And there are a few people in the room. There are two faces I'm looking at in particular that didn't actually expect to buy a Model Y that day. And I suggest that's Paul, and that's also Joe. Joe, can you tell us how you found out about your new purchase?
Me? I found out by watching YouTube later.
No, what I mean is like basically Joe left Seb in care of being on Zoom and with the promise of not doing anything hasty. And then but basically Sebastian then proceeded to buy it anyway, as we were girding him on to say, well, come on, just you only live once, just go and buy it. So he did.
Legend.
And then Joe found out when she got home.
Well,
so how did you react
it was
to that,
actually,
Joe?
I was in the classroom. Had little kids around, and I had to keep going checking my phone. And and then he did message and say, "Yeah, we got it in blue." So
did you go for performance?
Of course not. No.
Yeah. What colour did you get, Joe?
Blue.
Oh, nice. I love the blue.
Is that what you went for too, Nigel?
Did you order it in blue?
Yes.
White interior?
Yes, blue. No.
Yeah, I got blue with a white interior.
Oh, okay. That'll
Perfect combination.
yeah, that would be good, but no, we went black.
I agree, Richard.
A lot of the old people like the white.
Nigel, what did you do with your order you did for Atto 3?
It's still on waiting.
So you're going to buy it, or you're going to sell it, or what are you planning to do?
At the moment, I'm still waiting to see what it's like. The people that have ordered get a test drive. Then they can say, yes, I want to go ahead, or no, I don't. And it's, I think it's $1,000 deposit that's fully refundable.
Okay,
So I'm going to give it a go.
No risk, really?
If I like it, no, it's no risk. If I like it, because as I said, with the arthritis in my neck, I'm getting a lot of troubles getting in and out of the 3. So I need an SUV. The Y is brilliant, but I may keep the BYD and sell the 3 and then get the Y and decide from there whether I get rid of the BYD or not. It just depends upon what it's like. If it's shit, I will just get me money back.
Okay.
There you go.
Thanks.
Oh, very good. Very good. I think there's quite a few of us that have sort of notionally, well, Pete in particular, are going to have a couple of spare cars.
Yeah.
I'll have that sort of issue
Can I
of
maybe
what
ask
to
some
do.
questions? Maybe
Yeah, I definitely got a spare car.
Go, Russell.
So I guess this might help. I sort of know the answers already, but maybe I'm going to ask them so you can answer them, Nigel, for everyone. But the Model Ys that we've ordered at the moment, which factory are they all coming from?
Shanghai.
Yeah.
Shanghai.
And they've all got the 2170 batteries. Yep.
Correct and window.
Yes.
And the gigacasting machines. the front and the back, or just the back?
Don't know.
Oh, Nigel, you should have looked. Oh dear. Oh, well, that's all right. We'll find out in a couple of weeks.
Oh, it's lovely.
Russell.
Yeah, okay, all
Definitely
right.
the rear
Definitely
casting.
the rear.
Definitely the rear.
Yep.
I thought perhaps the front casting was first done at Berlin.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, we still have, I mean, the performance models we've ordered, they haven't been made yet. So theoretically, like, we don't know, do we?
Actually, sorry, Russell, I'll take that back. I know Berlin doesn't have the front casting because Rob Mauer in his video today, Tesla Daily, actually said that in Berlin they'd assembled 3 cars with a front casting and a structural battery pack using dummy 4680s. And he said in that video that they didn't have the front casting giga casting machine.
Okay.
So Berlin is definitely not front casting, and I would presume that Shanghai wouldn't be either.
Okay. All right, well, we can take that question on notice then, and you can give us an answer next week, maybe.
I've got a question for Nigel. Nigel, have they got the buffets on the boat?
Yeah, and they've got dozens of bars.
I mean, is the buffet still going, or they shut that down and changed it because of COVID?
No. The rules on the boat state we're supposed to wear masks, except when you're sitting down in a restaurant or at a bar. But about every single staff member is wearing a mask, and about 2 other passengers are. That's me and Linda. Everybody else is not wearing them.
Yeah, right.
So does that mean they all treat you like staff, Nigel? All of the other passengers.
I wish.
So Russell, sorry, any other questions that were on there?
Well, maybe I can speak to Ian and answer Ian's questions. Probably he's got an actual question about a car. So before I answer the question, Ian, have you been on before? Or is this your first time?
I have been on before a couple of times, just sort of jumped in and sort of listened and learned,
Okay.
but not for a long time. But my better half ordered a Y the other night, and so when we saw it was the special, we thought we'd jump on and learn a bit more. So we'll be a two Tesla family when that arrives.
Oh, congratulations!
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Thanks.
Fantastic. So firstly, I think, are you you work at CaterLink? I'm pretty sure I've worked with you before. Is that right?
I used to. I don't anymore. I work for
Okay.
Unios Architectural Lighting. In what capacity was that, Russell? Yeah.
I was working with Sean on the stadium, doing all the 3D modeling and stuff.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Same hairdresser.
Yes.
Okay.
Low
Anyway,
maintenance.
I'll get to your question. What have you got, a 3 or an S?
I've got 3. Yeah.
Yeah. So there is some people that have issues with the smell of the air conditioner, and they've made some updates. I guess that's tried to fix some of the problem, but it's a very easy fix, and then in the future it shouldn't happen again. So what can happen is there can be a bit of like moisture settle in the air conditioning system, and the filter and stuff in there can get a little bit like old essentially. So what you can do is you've got a couple of options. There's a DIY option where you can go and buy replacement air filters. You can either get them directly from the Tesla store, or you can buy third-party ones. Myself, I buy a HEPA filter instead. It has like an activated carbon layer and charcoal bits or whatever in there. I tend to find that it really gets rid of the diesel smell out of the air, and it feels a lot fresher in the car. But you buy the new filters, you take the ones out, and you can buy an air conditioning cleaning kit from like Repco or Supercheap. Just read the reviews, because there's one they sell that's complete garbage. The other one is a lot better. You essentially flush your system with the cleaner, and then throw your new filters in, and the problem will be gone straight away.
Right.
You should really change your filters every, like, I think they recommend every 2 years. but if there is a bit of a wet sock smell coming in there, it could be because previously I guess the way the air conditioning was managed, it wasn't really venting enough, I suppose, and I guess there could have been some build-up, but you shouldn't have a problem with newer updates of the car.
Yeah, we've only had the car for a year, and we first noticed it probably about 6 months ago. And yeah, smelly socks is a wet socks or wet dog, whatever you want to. That's the smell. It's pretty bad.
Yeah,
but it's not consistent. It's very inconsistent. Yeah,
it's from the filter. Just swap it out. If you don't want to do it yourself, you can actually request a service call from Tesla, and they'll come out and replace it for you as well. I think it's like
it's $100
or $100 or something.
No, it's $36, Russell.
No, it's $100 for both filters and
We pay more
labour
than that.
costs.
No,
Really?
Sorry. So I bought my own third-party filter, similar to Russell. I got one of those HEPA filters, and I just gave them to Tesla, and they swapped. I had the same problem. I had that slightly musty smell. It was intermittent; it would come and go. But you're supposed to replace the filters every 2 years, and I hadn't touched them, and it was 2.5 years already. So yeah, I paid $36, and they just took my filters and took out the old ones, put them in.
Do they do the flush, the cleanse thing as well, or just pop them out?
You have to ask for that.
I don't think so, but now they didn't have to. I don't know if they did or didn't, but whether they did or didn't, it's like the car's brand new. There's no smell. There's no hint of any smell. It's just, it's perfect.
It is pretty basic to do, Ian. If you're sort of somewhat mechanically inclined, it probably takes about 15 to 20 minutes to do it yourself. It's not very difficult. There's lots of YouTube videos you can find how to replace it. You pretty much got to stick your head under the like dash and pop the side out and pull them out. It's pretty easy to do.
Brilliant. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Russell. I appreciate that.
No problems.
Cool. Have you got anyone else got any other questions or comments?
Or family, friends that want to reunite?
Family
Oh yeah, I'll hit you up again. Maybe we can do
Maybe Russell's got another brother out there somewhere from another mother somewhere that we don't know about. But...
Are you still in? I'm guessing you're still in Perth, then, Ian? Is that right?
No, yeah, I'm in Perth, and I'm working up in Nangara at the moment. Live in Nedlands, and I just love the drive up the freeway every day in the Tesla. It's just gorgeous.
What version have you got?
I got the 3 standard.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to have a drive with something better, maybe you could sit behind the wheel of the performance or something and see if you want to.
He doesn't want to lose his license.
White performance as well.
I've driven a performance, and my eyeballs are in the back of my head there for a while. So yeah.
So Ian, what lovely wife get? A standard Model Y?
Yeah, I've got a standard one. I got the email in the morning because obviously I signed up, and then I didn't get to see it till after midnight, and then I just jumped on and I ordered it straight away. But I already kind of missed obviously the initial window, so mine is coming between November and February sometime.
Yes. Yeah, cool. Look, it's worth the wait. It's going to be a killer to wait for it, but it's just so much. It's just so worth it. It's awesome.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Yeah.
So did you get white with black interior?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Yes.
One anomaly with, and this is for everyone in the room, the wholesale, not the wholesale, the what do you call it? The base price of the Model Y is $70,625.
The dutiable value.
The dutiable value, thanks, Pete, is $70,625, and it just meets the exceeds the West Australian government's $70,000 limit for the $3,500 rebate. So, as a club, we're obviously lobbying Tesla and trying our best to suggest ways for Tesla to be able to get that price down by $625, so that when you receive the car, it will meet. You'll get the $3,500 rebate. So currently you can't, but we are working hard in the background to try and make that happen if we possibly can.
I'm sure they could make it a bit cheaper, and then you could pay a first month premium connectivity for $625 for the first month.
I think you'd call that sharp accounting there, Russell.
Yeah.
I do like that saying the difference between tax minimisation and tax avoidance is about 10 years in jail. But look, there are some very simple ways that Tesla could do this. I mean, just off the top of my head, for instance, every car comes with a UMC. So if you just deleted the UMC, which is an accessory because it literally is in Tesla's online shop as an accessory. In fact, you can buy one right now for $860. So if on the basic Model Y, which it only applies to the pearl white black interior with the 19-inch wheels, that's the only version of Model Y that is within $625 of the threshold. So there are some ways that it can be done. Where Tesla doesn't have to lose money, and obviously the new owner can get $3,500, which is that's basically a 5% reduction in the price of the car, and that's significant, particularly for fleets. That would be a real difference between something being marginal or something being compelling.
Well, it's something sort of when you're talking about fleets, you may have spoken about this in some previous meetings. I'm not sure, but the Labor government signalled that from 1st of July, they're going to pass some legislation which means that electric vehicles that are under the luxury car threshold, under 76,000, will be FBT free. If they do that, then any vehicle that anybody's salary sacrifices, there'll be $11,000 benefit basically for a car up at that value of, but because there'll be no FBT on it. That alone, from a company car perspective and from a salary packaging perspective, you will see orders of electric vehicles, and in particular the lower model Teslas, go through the roof. So if you think the wait times are long now, once that goes through, that's just going to just fuel it even more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Isn't the luxury car tax going to be increased to about $84,000?
At the moment, they're just working on the 76, but it would make sense to increase it. But I haven't heard that that's confirmed, Nigel. But
I seem to remember reading at the moment. Yes,
I've heard the same thing as you, Nigel.
Yeah, the luxury car tax for the low emission vehicles is going from 79 whatever to 84 or thereabouts. It's about $5,000 increase.
But it depends on which luxury car tax threshold the federal government is using, whether they're using the base LCT or the efficient vehicles LCT. That
I heard the efficient vehicle one was going up. Yeah, that sounds about right, around 4 or 5 grand.
That's it. It's going from just under 80 to almost 85. And that's the fuel efficient vehicles, which actually, in my opinion, is a load of crap, because I think it's something like if you do under 7 litres per 100k or whatever, it's classified as fuel efficient.
So then the question, Ian, is, are you aware of which threshold it is? Is it the currently 79,000 or is it the $71,000 threshold for
the way from our salary packaging company that that puts the packages together for our employees? They've reported it at 76, but they're being conservative until it actually moves. So that's what they've reported it as.
So is that 76 drive away, or was that 76 before ONS?
I think it's drive away.
Which sounds then like they're applying the original lower LCT, which is...
I don't know that it's drive away, because at the moment the LR3, which is I've ordered, is 80,500, and that's got no luxury car tax on it.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yes.
That's on the road.
So there could be a frustrating bit of fine print there as far as the federal government as to which LCT they're actually referring to for the FBT exemption. And sorry for all the three-letter acronyms.
So can Can we also lobby the state government to raise it from 70,000 to 75,000?
I think you got
The
two
cutoff.
chances, Paul.
Buckley's
because I think
and
the way
none.
the way they wrote it, they said
'Cause there's hardly any
$70,000
cars
threshold
under
for
that.
10,000 slabs. I don't think they're minded. Like for instance, the road user charge for EVs that's coming out in 2027, that is being indexed as we speak, or continually or sporadically. So that's being indexed from when they announced it last month or so, right up until 2027 when it comes into force. So it'll be significantly higher than the 2.5 or 3 cents
Not
or whatever it
necessarily.
is.
If the world becomes renewable and there's autonomous robots running around, there should be just severe deflation, and the value of the dollar should buy a lot more than what it does now. So it could go the other way. Fingers crossed.
How many of those robots can Alex fit in the back of his new Y?
Hang on,
Of
two
course
moments
not.
there. Russell just said something that might sound like advice. So this thing applies.
The previous comments were general in nature and shouldn't be taken as personal professional advice.
Updated it.
Is that?
I've got two versions. I've got a before and an after.
Yeah.
And then,
Buy
and then
shares.
just in
There you
case
go.
that anyone might forget the moment that the Model Y order page opened, I've even got this.
Oh!
It's on. Oh, it is. You're right. Yeah.
I'm in.
There you go.
God.
We can relive that moment every week if we want to.
That was pretty exciting actually. Morning actually to start the work week. You know, while we're working. So
I
didn't even know you guys were on.
So Harold,
Yes.
someone asked a question earlier about the long range Model Y, but we never got to discuss it. Do you reckon we can discuss that and also talk about there's video of, I'm sure Nigel would have seen it, but the rear cargo shelf on the Model Y as well. If that's going to be something. So those two, yeah.
So that was that video was taken from an Austin built Model Y. Oh, actually, that was a removable part? Was that a curtain one that retracts, or
I think it's like not permanent. You can take it out from looking at it, but it seems sturdy enough that you can put objects on top of it.
The Carwell video shows it. It's got a sort of a concertina bit in the front half, and then the back half is solid, and it lifts up out of a couple of holes that hold it in position, and it is quite solid there. It's a bit of a bugger to put anywhere though, because when concertinas, it's still too big to lay flat in the back. You've got to take it out.
Because Bjorn Nyland's done quite a few videos for the Model Y, the new performance one, albeit this is a Berlin-built one. So
I guess the question is, do you think we're going to get them in the Shanghai-built Model Ys? No? Okay. Do you want to talk about the long range? What the
look, long range
we'll
is,
get one. Oh, sorry.
Long range is coming, but it might not be orderable for about a year.
Probably.
So getting back to the gentleman who was going to order one, he's going to get the performance because he doesn't want the standard range.
Yeah.
And look,
How
I've
long
done the
was it?
same.
Oh, sorry.
I bought my wife a performance, even though she's not interested in the 3.9 seconds. Even the 6 point whatever seconds is fine. The slight disadvantage of getting a performance car is you get the 21-inch Uber turbines. Now, one thing I have Googled and done a bit of research on is, and those tyres are expensive. They are very low profile and they are expensive. They're P0s or something, Pirellis, and they are expensive to replace. So what might be a viable thing, you can't do it at the time of order, unfortunately, is at a later stage go down to either a 20-inch or the 19s. The good news is if you like the Tesla wheels, you can fit either of them, the 19s or the 20s, and they will fit over the brake calipers of the Performance Y. So yes, you'll pay more money for the Performance than you would the long range. I think off the top of my head, it's about, I'm just guessing, let's call it 10 grand. And if you look in the specs, if you go to the in fact, we can do this probably live. If you go to the Irish version of Tesla's website, and I'll do this momentarily. So if you go to Ireland and Ireland, they obviously have kilometers, and if you look at the Model Y, they have the long range and the performance, and you can actually see that the WLTP range is 533 kilometers for the long range and 514 for the performance. So you do lose a little bit, and it's literally just because of the tires, wheels, sorry, and tires combination. Now, because you can only choose in the performance, you can only choose the 21-inch Uber turbines. But in the long range, as you can in Australia, you can choose between the 20-inch induction wheels or the 19-inch Gemini wheels, which, by the way, these are wheel caps which come off, and the wheels underneath are not unattractive. They're not bad, but you'll probably get crappier range. So if you went to Stretch to buy the performance to get the longer range, the only disadvantage is your tires will wear out sooner in the current configuration, and they're a lot more expensive to buy. But if you just factor in, for the cost of one tire change, you can probably get into new rims, not quite, and tires, and then make that decision. Or try and find someone that's got a long range or a standard range that wants to do a swap.
I thought that you couldn't fit because on my Model 3, I've got the Stiletto 19-inch whatever. I didn't think they'd go over the performance brakes.
That's correct. On the Model 3, Model Y is different. So the Model Y rims are completely different to the Model 3 entirely. So for example, a few months ago, I purchased 2 Model Y modern spare wheels because they're different to the Model 3 wheels. So Model Y is different. And there are a multitude of videos and images on TMC and other places where they literally show people, and you can see the red performance calipers, and they've got the Gemini, the 19-inch Gemini wheels fitted. Because obviously in the Northern Hemisphere, they do a lot, they change tyres through seasons. They have summer tyres and winter tyres. And the winter tyres, you literally can't get a winter tyre in a 21-inch rim in the size that Tesla needs for the Model Y. So they must, by necessity, use either a 20 or a 19-inch rim. And there are a multitude of images and proof that in the Model Y, all versions can have all wheels without compromise, without adjustment, nothing. It just works.
You could easily just, if someone's bought a standard range, I'm sure you could swap them on Marketplace 1 for 1 and everyone would go for it, wouldn't they? If you really wanted to.
I dare say those that prefer form over function, yes.
Yeah.
But the rubber is expensive to replace.
Yeah, but they're not going to care. If they'll be looking like they get the better end of the deal because they're getting a $2,000 rim and a $2,000 worth of tires for half the price, right? Essentially.
Precisely. So for anyone at the moment, I dare say, if you want the long range, and by all means wait for it, but you'll be waiting to order it probably for about a year, and we don't know what the order time frame will be to actually get it delivered. Or you can stretch to the performance, and it won't be a big compromise.
Close to a year anyway.
Sorry. Actually, there's one really important point that I've got to make. And a lot of people might not understand this as well, and it's super important. I'll just get back to the Australian website for a moment. I'll just do New South Wales, doesn't matter. Okay, if you look at the Model Y, now that says 455 Ks, and the performance is 514. So that's roughly
the same.
70 Ks, am I right? No, sorry, 55... 60 Ks, 59 Ks difference.
Yeah.
Now, actually, the difference, the day-to-day difference is a lot less than that, because the great thing about the standard Model Y is it's got the LFP batteries, it's the lithium iron phosphate batteries, and this car can be charged to 100% all day, every day. So every day you leave home with 455 Ks indicated. The performance, you ought to leave home with 90% charge, because it's got the nickel cobalt aluminium chemistry. So basically, if you get 514 Ks at 90%, that's 462 Ks that you leave home with every day, compared to 455 every day. Now, granted, if you want to do a long road trip, you absolutely can leave home on the performance at 514. But I guess what I'm trying to say is the day-to-day difference between the standard Model Y and, let's call it, the long range or performance, certainly the performance, is not as great as it initially appears. And then don't forget, in less than 2 years' time, the West Australian Government, Synergy/Horizon, will have completed their electric highway from Perth to Kununurra, Perth to Esperance, and, well, Perth to Kununurra, Perth to Esperance, Perth to Kalgoorlie, Perth to Eucla. So when you've got fast DC charging, range does not matter. It's immaterial. So for many people, the standard range will be more than sufficient at 455 Ks. So just put that in your calculations as well. But having said that, I'm stupid and I just am insistent on long range, and I just went and bought the performance. So, but you know, that was just me.
You won't regret it.
No, I won't.
The key decision with me buying the performance was because I found the long range Model 3 severely underbraked when you really want to use the brakes. So having the additional braking surface area was probably the biggest contributor to my decision.
Yep.
But yeah, I drive like a hoon, so it's probably not that applicable for everybody else.
Well,
The other
mine
thing
was,
too, we might as well
mine
just
was
quickly.
what the order was. You know, I was like, "Do you want performance?" She's like, "No." So,
Well, Paul, you were like a I wouldn't call it inadvertent, not really an accidental orderer, but
no.
I dare say if I hadn't given you a buzz to come on to the what's the name, you might not have ordered that day, you know.
And that was a 2-hour discussion before your call about it, and I was saying, "Oh, it's gonna come, and you know, I know that you love your Mitzi, but it's, you know, the Model Y's got better. We could tow again with a trailer and stuff like that, and blah blah blah, and it's safer and all that sort of stuff. And you know, you only live once and all that sort of stuff. And then when you rang, she went, "This is a setup," and she was still towing. And then I had a message from another Tesla owner, like the next day, going, "Oh, are you selling your Mitzi?" And she's going, "What's going on?" And it's all coincidence. So it's quite funny, actually. But thanks for the call. It was really good. So we won the argument.
I was quite chuffed to see you not intending to really buy one, deciding that actually you only live once.
Yep, get it done. And
So
the Cybertruck in a few years.
The other thing with the Y that we didn't get the option for was we weren't able to select tow bar.
Yep.
So what do you think about that? What's your opinion on that one, Harold? What's the go?
Well, if we go by the European experience, there was a delay for the tow bar for the Model Y, but it now is orderable in most countries. I think there's long delays, so it will come. And I think actually that I thought I saw something on the Tesla's website. There was some paperwork or something I think I glanced over that did indicate that it would be available, I think, towards the end of the year to order, but it's ordered as a service center accessory.
Yeah, I've heard that we can do that towards the end of the year, early next year.
Yep, but there's nothing stopping. Yeah,
What-
but there's probably nothing stopping you getting the.
Is you want
stealth-
to wait for the
Sorry, go Pete.
I think he's dropped out.
so got a bit of a
He's got a dodgy connection.
I think we need to get a GoFundMe page to get Pete back on the screen because he's gone to the doghouse and it looks like he's gone into the bin section now.
Pete's
I mean,
frozen.
we'll wait and get the proper Tesla
He's
blah blah
frozen.
blah one. You know,
Yeah. Yep.
keep it all above board. If there's an issue, then they can't say it's someone else's sort of stuff. So, but
Yeah,
yeah, we
absolutely.
definitely need that EV subsidy because that was part of my argument. So if we
Did you get
miss
white?
out
Did
on
you get
that,
poverty pearl white and black?
yeah, that's what she
Paul?
wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So
Look, I think there's probably better than a 50-50 chance that there'll be a way to make it work.
they should
I
just do it
believe.
because we've been waiting for so long anyway.
But
Yeah.
if it does go
But-
through, the grey and the blue and the black all of a sudden is a pretty expensive paint job.
That's
Yes.
what we thought. Yeah, because you've got to add 3K to that
Because
cost of
it's
blue.
going to be
then.
like a $4,000
Yeah.
or $5,000 paint job if that happens.
And I think, unfortunately, frustratingly, Pete's breaking up a little bit. But I think what he was going to say is this is a classic example why fixed rebates can have a distorting effect on the market because
Yeah.
it brings in artificial cliffs by which a $50 increase in price or a certain feature
Yeah.
will have a huge effect on the actual drive away price of the car. And that's a real distorting factor. I mean,
Yeah,
if
it should have
anything, it
been
should have been a gradual
stamp duty.
decrease, like
Yeah.
you get $100 less rebate for every $1,000 of greater value or something like that. So it's progressive and not just this cliff.
Yeah,
Well,
because
it
all
should have been a
it's going to be
reduction
is
in
the
re-
real. It's going to be
stamp
like the,
duty or
just the
something like
cheap
that.
odds. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, go Ant. You were going to say something?
Go ahead.
No, I said that should have been a removal of stamp duty for EVs. That's it.
Yeah, and that's a very similar
But
thing.
below
in that-
100,000, say.
Yeah, absolutely. Because something that Pete mentioned last night, and welcome Ant. Ant's for those that aren't aware, Ant is the WA chair of the WA branch of the Australian Electric Vehicle Association, or EVA, or EVA. But a great point that Pete made was you really do get that distortion. And one thing that I sort of mentioned before was that you sometimes end up marooning people that haven't got the same funds into an inferior product. So they
Yep.
naturally have to go and get, and I
BYD
don't want
or
to cast aspersions against, is it the MG that's got a
MG.
200 kilometre range? Look, it's a cheap car. Well, I wouldn't call it cheap. It's a lower cost car, but you're copping a much lower range. And there are many use cases around town where that's perfectly fine, but you almost have this class thing of first class citizens and second class citizens, and some of those rebates can set these sort of traps up, you know. But hey,
and you're distorting a free market, and I would argue that the Model 3 and the Model Y are the two cheapest EVs out there, especially on a total cost of ownership basis after just 3 years. So you're basically you're subsidizing the expensive EVs and you're excluding the cheap ones, and you're subsidizing the cars that people don't want to buy, and you're excluding the ones, and you're punishing the one manufacturer that's produced one car or the two cars that people want to just. You could just means test it. You don't want to be handing up, money to millionaires or be seen as doing that. There's ways to achieve the same.
yeah, sorry, Pete, you're breaking up really badly. But so just means test, presumably on taxable income, and do that, and that's not hard to do. You can do that on a declaration, which could be backed up by the ATO with data matching or whatever, or you have a penalty if you misrepresent your income or something, and that would fix the problem.
Well, it's a
Also,
anyway.
this. Oh, sorry. What's the rebate? 3.5.
No, I was just saying rebate anyway. You get to you've purchased your car and you put in your application. So they can just make that as part of your tax return.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like the Yanks.
Absolutely.
But yeah,
So you
it's
go.
that sort of thing of where they want, you know, 10,000 cars to be into the WA, you know, rock up in the WA. But the other manufacturers can't produce, and the only one that is Tesla, and they're excluding Tesla. So it's just stupid. So it's just money that's just going to sit there.
Yeah, but
you know,
but from a government marketing point of view, saying you're spending all this money and not having to spend any of it is similar to what sort of happened to Jared before. I don't think it's done in a way that makes them look bad to the everyday person. They're like, oh, you guys are so great giving money out, but realistically, they're not actually paying it.
I know that, but then it's government that if you don't spend it, then it's gone. So then that's something for the opposition to go, or the opposition of 3 people to go, ooh, you know. That's the problem as well.
Exactly right. 100%.
They will spend it, but we'll all be vindicated.
But
we'll all be vindicated if in 3 years' time the 10,000 cars are still there. It hasn't been used up. And in those 3 years, we sold 100,000 Teslas. You know?
Yeah, I understand, but I want my money now.
I would change it and use it for fuel subsidies or something stupid like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Don't get started.
Pay more money to the French.
Don't get us started on, you know, the reason why the Reserve Bank is increasing interest rates is literally to take money out of people's pockets to reduce inflation. It's literally to increase costs because the average person has a mortgage and it's costing them hundreds of dollars extra a month, which is they're deliberately taking out of their pockets to stop inflation. And yet there are governments that then provide cost of living rebates and other things, which is doing the exact opposite. So the two arms of government, well, the two instrumentalities are doing opposite things. Anyway. All right. Anyone got anything else EV related or Tesla related? Even better.
Can I have some newbie questions?
Yes, Peter. Absolutely.
Yeah, go.
Right. Mine's coming, so November, I think, my Y, the performance one. And it is in
Very
purple
good.
white.
Poverty pearl white. What interior?
Black.
Oh, okay, right. Oh,
Yeah.
well, you
Didn't
can't.
go for
Yeah, well, you got the right. You got the right shirt for it, Peter. You've got the black and white, so that's perfect.
Very sophisticated. People that have black on the inside are sophisticated people. So very well done.
I agree with you, Jared. Absolutely. So I was looking at what accessories I should buy. And should I buy them from Tesla or on your website, you've got some other people you can buy from in Australia?
The first part of the answer is yes. The answer is yes, buy them and buy them all.
All from the club.
Right.
But there are a couple of websites. Have a look at the price on Tesla's website for the things like car mats. We don't even know if there are car mats. Oh, well, there's like all-weather mats and boot protectors and all that sort of stuff. And little side pocket, side pocket doodads. But there are websites like Tesseries, Teslas, and AliExpress where there are hundreds and hundreds of Model Y products.
I've had a look at those and then just wondered because there's a huge price differential. I was sort of thinking, well, is that going to be a quality issue? Are the things going to fall apart after 12 months? Is water going to go through the mats? And ditto.
AliExpress is variable. I would definitely get recommendations on AliExpress, but it's generally cheaper. AliExpress or Alibaba. I've just got some 3D mats, and they were brilliant from AliExpress. But I got a recommendation off one of the I think the Tokwa Facebook page. So I would do that. Look at which accessories you would like, and then which ones? Steering wheel covers.
The website, the Tesla shop's got attractive trunk storage bins. These are the left and right side bits. You've got your all-weather boot liner. You've got your key fob, which personally I've already ordered 2. One for me and one for my wife. One great pro tip about this fob is, sorry, I'll just unhover it.
Looks like the
If you
same
press-
as the other one.
If you
Model
press the
3.
front, if you press the front, that actually unlocks the bonnet, and if you press the back, it unlocks the boot, and if you press the center, it unlocks or locks the car. But if you do a long press on the boot, it actually opens your charge port door. So that can be quite handy, which is a pro tip that most people will use their phone app to open the charge port door. Or if you're at a Tesla supercharger or at a destination charger, in other words, a Tesla charger, you can press a little button on top of the handle. But if you're some other charger or you're using your own cable, that doesn't work. So the fob, but it's $235, so it's not cheap. It's funny that the illuminated door sills are out of stock. And you got a pet liner, $210. I mean, at Tesserae's, and that would be almost the same, if not exactly the same as the Model 3 version, because the seats are basically the same.
Yeah.
I've got to open the charge door. You don't need to push any button. You just touch the door.
Yep.
Oh yes, if it's unlocked, yes.
Yeah.
If the car's
It's
unlocked.
usually is when you're getting out to plug it in.
Yes, unless you've left your phone inside your house and then you go out, or it just depends.
Yeah.
There's always a case.
Okay,
Gotta walk back.
If you want to turn charging off at a place where it's not a Tesla charger, you've got to do it on your phone, or you've got to do it on the touchscreen. But if you've got a fob, again, you can just press and hold the boot button and it will stop charging and unlatch it.
That's it.
Okay.
Just saying. But it's $235, so it's not cheap.
Well, that's another key to carry and stuff.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Well, where it's just I carry
I think-
this and that's
I
it.
think Harold carries his fob in his prison wallet.
Yeah.
Which is now worthless, Russell.
Prison wallet. Oh,
So I actually,
geez.
I,
was
I
gonna
actually
say
thought
that.
of prison when I heard Nigel say that there's lots of bars on the ship, and I thought, "What, Nigel? You've been naughty already, and you're in the ship's prison." You've also got in the brig. So you got center console trays as well, which is nice.
Oh, that might be important.
They're out of stock, sorry, but
So
there
is
are
that
heaps. in
$30
Tessery.
for both, or is that each?
Let's just have a look at it.
It's just a look, yeah. You get a
$30
front tray
for
and a
that.
rear tray.
Oh, cool.
No,
I
it's
got
got
them
both of them.
from,
I
Yeah,
think
we'll have to get that.
Richard
Total.
Richard Cooper would tell you where to get them cheaper.
Yeah, I got mine off AliExpress or Amazon or something for way
They're
cheaper.
exactly the
Actually pretty
same.
Good.
Yeah.
And things like the glass roof sunshade,
Oh,
and
yeah,
the
that's
liftgate sunshade, you can get them cheaper elsewhere. Clearly,
I
I
reckon
think the Tesla ones are better though.
Yeah.
memory stick, the same deal.
Yeah.
Other than the boot
get
item,
that.
though, you're best to wait, get the car, and then work it out. Otherwise, you might buy stuff and go, "I don't really want to put this in," or "I don't."
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think you've missed the biggest accessory though that every Tesla driver needs is the customized number plates. So
Oh yeah.
start thinking about what you want
$692.
Yeah.
and get that sorted as a priority, I would think.
100%.
What
Yeah.
about,
Hey,
what about
guess-
screen
guess
protector
what-
for the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, Russ,
Yeah.
guess
get
what
that.
number plate I had?
Get
I
a
got
glass.
registered.
Get a matte one as well, so it doesn't reflect.
Sorry,
Sorry,
Pete.
go, Pete.
You were asking a question.
Sorry,
Yeah, no,
Pete,
it's
go.
been answered. And the other one is cables. Now, I'm obviously
Type
not
2.
familiar with them all. How many cables do I actually need to get?
Just
Many
get a
as you
type
can.
2.
All of them, get them
So
all.
type 2 to
In
type
every
2.
cable. Have a 30-meter three-phase in your boot. Get some power lock, 400
Oh,
amp power
geez.
lock.
Can
with
I
a
buy them from
breakout
you,
board.
Jared?
Sorry?
Can I buy them from you?
Yeah. Well, I don't sell them, but the
No,
guy
the-
below me, he sells them. He's got a little.
Oh, he's above you in my screen.
Is he? He's
in-
below me.
Yes,
in my
I'm
screen.
above.
in the-
I'm above you,
the-
Jared.
The Tokwa, you can buy discounted cables from. So
Handy to
if
have.
you're not, and if you haven't joined, then join
I
up.
have.
It's like $20 or something.
I have joined. I joined back in
Yep.
May when I ordered the 3.
Good
Yeah,
job.
So
recommend
Peter,
getting the
sorry, go
recommend getting the 3-phase UMC adapter, which you can get for about $100 off. I think it's EVSE adapters. That's a definite. and a Type 2 to Type 2. I think much more than that is not really.
And then if you do get more than that, you'll need to get the trailer hitch to put the trailer on to tow the cables, because that will be an accessory that you'll definitely need.
Yeah, so Peter, the club, we sell a 7.5 meter, 22 kilowatt, or should I say 32 amp, 3-phase Type 2 to Type 2 cable in a carry bag. That's normally $300, but for members it's $265. That's probably the single most useful cable you would use, although there are many members that have basically never used it because they just haven't needed to. If, for example, you live near, say, some Woolworths shopping centres where they have got Type 2 chargers and they're free.
The Cappuccino Strip in Fremantle?
No, that's gone now. Jared, that's now, they're turning it into a police station.
They're moving it though. They're moving it down to where their training club is.
True, but it's not. I believe it's not powered up yet, but I guess it will be at some stage. But there are certain locations that do have the Type 2 EVSEs or car chargers, where that out of all the cables you could buy, that's probably the most useful. That you're less likely to have wasted your money, and never use it, or use it once in a million years or something. The good news is you really don't have to worry about things like your car charger for home, because look, you've got the Karanup supercharger. By the end of the year, you'll have a more centrally located supercharger in Perth. So you can charge your car, there. You can also charge on your 10 amp. You'll get a UMC with your car, Universal Mobile Connector, which is a 10 amp and 15 amp. It's got two different tails. Right. So you could, for instance, get an electrician to fit a 15 amp GPO.
I've got 3-phase at the house, so
just go straight for it.
Okay, so
That's what I've got.
3-phase.
Put a 32 amp supply.
So with that, you can get Tesla's third generation HPWC or high power wall connector. So that, for example, costs.
On the side.
You get a 7.3 meter cable for $780.
Great value.
Which means that doesn't matter whether you're on the left side or right side of a double garage. It'll charge your car in any direction, whether it's backed in, forward in, whatever. And that's one of the cheaper EVSEs you can buy. EVSE standing for Electric Vehicle Service Equipment, or a charger.
Okay.
And that's actually a Wi-Fi connected unit. So for a 3-phase house, I'd highly recommend something like that.
You only need to get it if you're traveling daily above 150 kilometers.
Yeah.
If you're doing less than that overnight with a 10 amp supply, it's going to recharge your battery anyway.
Yep. I'm retired, so I travel about 10 k's to the coffee shop. So
don't do anything. Just don't buy anything.
We do go down south.
So as Russell says, don't do anything because you don't need to. And it's the classic thing of when someone builds a backyard and they want to think out, where you put a path or something to a clothesline or whatever. Don't build it and think about what you're going to do. Just watch how your natural behavior evolves. So just sit on it, even though it's exciting, but just sit on it and just wait, because you don't actually need to do anything.
That's right.
Even better.
Are you, Peter, you good friends with your neighbours?
One of them, yes.
I'll just ask them, can you plug a lead into their house? Use that for a couple of months, and then
with the leads as well and adapters, a lot of those you can borrow free of charge through the club, as well as spare wheels, etc.
Harold's new credit card, which has just come out, which is really
so we've
good.
got two spare tires for the Model Y. We've already got them in stock. And we've got charging cables, charging adapters, extension cords, all that sort of stuff.
Starlink,
Platinum credit card
Starlink as well, I thought.
Yeah, you can borrow the Starlink, the Platinum credit card.
There will be a Starlink coming.
The club.
Oh, you did get it?
No, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. So it'll be the square one, rectangular one, sorry.
Sweet.
Which will be awesome, because we'll do demos when we have casual meetups.
That'd be so cool.
Yes.
Got some more
yes, it
questions
will
if
be.
if we can. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah. Go.
Um,
Go, Peter.
I read today there's a premium connectivity which you get for 30 days. Now, can I just hotspot my phone to the vehicle?
Oh
and
yeah,
get
this
all
is a
that?
question
Ask
for
Joe.
Joe. This is a
Joe's
question
the-
for Joe because she's
Joe's the lady, man.
savvy. She's a savvy shopper. And she
Right.
knows how to make this work.
What, should I just give the same answer I give usually?
No, make it jazz it up a bit, Joe. Come on,
Yeah.
we're talking sandwiches here, all right? We're talking
Yeah, like what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly. I know it's sandwich time.
Right, so yeah, we like to save our money, and so you don't really use the connectivity that much. If you want it for traffic, just so you know, and we did a test of this, if there is like a crash on the freeway or something, the navigation on the Tesla will navigate around it without you having premium connectivity and seeing the traffic. So it still sees the traffic, it won't tell you, but you wonder, why is it taking you this route round? Then I look on Google Maps and sure enough, yeah, the freeway's chock-a-block. So that's good. But what we do is when we go away, we pay for premium connectivity for that month, and then we immediately cancel it. So when we stay on campsites and things, so we've got 2 young kids and they can then sit in the car and watch Netflix or whatever. But then when we're coming back home, then we cancel it, we don't pay for it. And when it's parked in the garage here at home, we just connect to the Wi-Fi and they can watch the things on the car there. So yeah, and then you can hotspot your phone to give, you use, Seb always hotspots his phone and then he uses Spotify in the car. So we use the phone data for that. So yeah, it's only $10 a month, I know, but and then we just bought a
Still
Wise.
$10.
So, but anyway, we're saving $10 a month.
The
but-
short answer is no.
So you don't need it, no.
Oh,
But if you do want it, you can just pay for it and then cancel it. It's monthly, so you can cancel it straight away.
And Joe,
You get a
and Joe
month
is a
for it.
classic example of if you look after your $10, then you can just buy yourself a whole new Tesla. So,
I
so
know.
you,
See, we saved all those $10.
yeah.
She saved the money in sandwiches. That's what paid the Tesla.
Oh yeah.
I was
Yeah.
under the impression, I'm not sure about this, but I thought that to use things like YouTube and Spotify and things like that, you needed the subscription. You couldn't just tether.
YouTube's free anyway. You don't need a subscription, but you have to watch
To
it with
actually
the
access
ads.
it to access it on the car. I thought you needed to
They all
have.
work, Russell. They all work. The Spotify, you've got to use your own account, though. You can't use the
Yeah.
Tesla account.
That's what I
And
thought, yeah.
Netflix, you need an account for Netflix.
Yeah.
You need that anyway.
So with for the $10, you get Spotify and Netflix for free with the $10.
And you get pretty maps.
Not
Yeah.
Netflix.
Oh,
Your
Got
Netflix.
Yeah, I got Netflix as well because I'm paying $10 a month now.
But
Yeah,
do
your
you
I've
use-
Netflix.
got 1
But you
year
need
for
an
free.
you need an account for
You
Netflix.
need your Netflix
Yeah,
account to
you
watch anything on it.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I've
you're
got-
paying
And
Netflix, aren't you?
I got the
Yeah.
Tesla account.
That's only on Spotify.
Yeah. The
Oh,
Spotify.
How are you watching Netflix?
I don't know. It must be.
I think
Oh,
your
okay.
wife might have put your
Yeah.
account in there, Joe.
Yeah, I don't know.
And we've got Disney Plus now too, so
You need an account for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That means, Harold, as well, I forgot to mention, you can take that link off now, the Disney Plus one,
Yeah.
Why would you take
Yeah.
it off? How are
Well,
you going to watch Kenobi?
because I actually know you don't
I
have.
find it really hard to watch that stuff when I'm driving though. It's really annoying. It's just
It's only
I
on
just
Model
find it
3 though, isn't it,
distracting.
Harold? Your Model X hasn't got Disney Plus, has it?
I don't know, to be honest, Russell. I haven't looked.
I
to
thought
be
that it was only
brutally
on Model
honest.
3s. I didn't think that
I
it came
think
with
that
Model
might be true. That's entirely possible.
Model
I
X
don't
is an
know.
older
I just
demographic,
don't know.
so it's more.
Yeah,
But,
it's weird because they usually have like grandchildren or something like that they bring in the car. So you'd think they would be the first ones to get it.
They got no money left after they bought a Model X, so they got no money for the Disney, so they just go without it.
So,
So
so
you're
what
going to let all
Russell,
the kids into the car without Disney Plus.
so what Russell was talking about was when you go to our YouTube channel. So you just go youtube.com, forget the C, just go /Tokwa. If you say jump onto any video, and I'll just pause there.
And this is it.
This is in your car. Oh, sorry. Yeah, thanks, Pete. This is in your car. you'll see we just repeat this same thing every time, this section every time. And these are the channels that have all been streaming sites compatible with your car that have been actually tested. So for instance, you can't get 10 Play, 9 Now, 7 Plus, Stan, SBS, Plex or KO, but you can now get Disney Plus as an app on your car. But I mean, look, I'll just leave the link because it doesn't hurt anything. It doesn't matter, you know. And ABC iView, but that's on every video that we do. So every single Ask Us Anything, and there are now there are going to be 97 of them. That same detail is under every video. So that's a little pro tip.
I came across a YouTube today that I was looking at, and on there they had some full screen apps, which were abettertheatre.com, which
only works when you're parked though.
Say again?
Only works when you're parked. It won't work when you.
No, that's fine. No, but it's fine. And what about Tesla Waze? Has anyone tried that? I prefer Waze to Google and all the rest of them.
Yeah, you have to use Waze on your phone, not on the car.
Oh yeah, Waze. Yeah.
Well,
so you
according to the website,
so you see where the police are.
Yeah, you can.
Peter, that's in Europe because in America where you can use the website while you're driving, but in Australia it's specifically banned.
Okay.
Because you can in Europe you can do 261 kilometres an hour. Like it's okay to do that. Where in Australia they
and very quickly speaking of that, you'll notice, I don't know if you heard the irony when I said that Tesla is warning Australian, everyone that's getting a Model Y, almost everyone that's getting a Model Y will have the Tesla Vision and not have a radar unit. And when we get that, we will be unfortunately speed limited to 140 kilometres per hour on autopilot. And as a Western Australian, I think that's literally outrageous. I think Tesla should unlock autopilot all the way to, actually it's only 150 k's an hour when it kicks out anyway.
Yeah,
but,
it kicks out at 150, allegedly.
Allegedly.
No, I've seen it. I've seen it.
I don't know.
I was saying allegedly.
When I was doing 200 kilometres.
I know.
And in a Model S with a sunroof, it actually automatically closes once you hit about 180 because it doesn't want to get torn off. So it closes, and then you're in this cocoon as you're passing through to 251 k's an hour when it actually stops going faster.
And it's a bugger because you got to pull over and put it in park to get it to go again. Yeah.
Hey, Harold.
Pete.
Oh, Pete, you're back. You have a dog
got a question.
Sorry, what?
Oh, it's gone mad crazy.
So, Ros, did you want to ask a question?
Yes, please.
So go on, Ros.
Okay, I've got two questions. The first one is immediate. My radio stopped working last Thursday and I can't see why. And it's annoying not having a radio in my car anymore. I've looked at the settings and I have no idea why it's completely stopped working.
How old is your car?
Same one I thought here, Harold. Great minds.
It's your premium connectivity, I think, has lapsed. So you can get it back. When you say radio, I think you mean streaming. So
no, I don't mean streaming. I just mean the ABC radio.
You mean digital radio?
That's not premium.
No, it's not premium. The premium.
It's happened to me. I've had it happen twice since I've had the car in 2 years. And the two buttons on the steering wheel, hold them for about 15 seconds till it blanks out and restarts, and the radio comes back.
Okay.
Oh, that Ros. Just
it's very rare that it happens. That fixes most things.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And the other thing I wanted to ask,
just Ros, on that as well, the radio, just a health warning. Probably avoid ABC if you can. We found that lots of crashes and things.
Hey, you're stealing my shit, Russell. That's mine.
You're too busy eating.
Copyright.
A chance to jump in. Too busy feeding your face.
I was too busy
stealing jokes.
He's stealing jokes. He's stealing my shit. I registered that one too.
Still in the limelight. Anyway, Ross said something else. Let it go.
Just go, Ross.
The other thing, if I get a flat tire, what do I do?
Call Harold on 100. Call Harold straight away. You'll come straight out. Unless he's doing a re-roof job for other people, otherwise he'll be straight out.
You can ring Tesla on your screen, you've got Tesla
Where the hell
roadside
is it now?
assist.
Right,
Where
okay.
is it now?
Sorry?
Where is it? Oh, it's under
Service,
service.
isn't it?
It's under service section. Sorry.
Yep. Yep.
If you
They
go
moved
into the service menu, it's a number right across the bottom of the screen.
Okay, great.
And when
Can
you
you see
press
that?
on it, it'll actually
Actually,
ring through your
Paul's
phone.
showing
It'll-
you now.
So it's a
So
bit
good.
like being in the RAC, but Tesla comes and does it.
And
Exactly.
that'll work
Yeah.
until your car runs out of warranty. So
It depends where you are, Roz. If you're
Yeah.
planning to be metro area, it's fine. If you're
Yep.
traveling outside metro area, you won't be able to use Tesla.
So keep your RAC for
What
long.
area are you in, Roz?
I'm in Shetton Park.
Oh, fine. RSC, no
So,
problem.
Roz, so what you could do if you're at a pinch and Tesla roadside won't fix the spare if you're say halfway to Bunbury or something like that, you can then always join the RAC, and they will actually there is a upfront cost. I think it's a slight premium to the
Well,
normal
I've
annual.
actually been in the RAC since I got my first electric vehicle and I'm still with them.
So you got
so-
roadside assist
There you go.
with them?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, then just
but I
ring
thought
them. But
I
ring
don't
Tesla
have
first.
a spare tire, do I?
No, that's okay. They will either bring one out to you, or they will flatbed your car to a tire place, and then you can fix it.
Right. Okay. Cool.
But
That's what I need
if you're
to know.
going on a long trip, you can borrow a spare tire from the club.
Oh, that's
as
good
well.
to know because I do
If-
intend to
if-
drive
if-
to Yallingup and places like that. So
Yeah.
yeah,
If
And-
you're a
and
member,
Harold can
so
go
it's
with
like
you.
20
I'm a
Harold
member.
can,
Yeah.
Harold can go with
Awesome.
you, no problem at all.
to change it.
Actually, I can't
Just buy him
because
lunch or
tomorrow.
something.
He's got to fit in with my two
He's
dogs.
going the
They
other
fit in
way.
that car first. Right.
Yes, and tomorrow I'm going to Norseman and then Kaiguna for a couple of days. So
Yeah, so he's
Oh.
going the other way.
I'm
Bye-bye.
going the other way.
Yes.
There's a lot happening in Kaiguna.
Well, it's a good place to go. I
Oh,
like
yeah.
Kaguna.
There's a,
There's caves out there.
Yes, there are. Yes,
Yep.
there are. There's a blowhole. Just yeah. In
Mm.
fact, the blowhole is where I filmed this.
Well, let's
which-
see. Love that.
That's actually Rob Dean in his car.
Fantastic.
The blowhole is actually to the lower right, just sort of underneath the camera.
Right.
Underneath the drone.
Would
Yeah,
have
there's
been
a lot
so
to
good
do
if you
out
could
there,
have had a
isn't
cop car come into the scene and shoot off through behind it.
So this is the bottom of the 90 Mile Straight. Kaiguna is actually just where this little kink is, just here.
Well, I remember measuring that I could see 10 kilometres.
Yes.
Measuring how far I could see from hill to hill.
Yep.
Wow.
So this will actually pan around to the other side.
Yeah, I see a hole.
So is the blowhole inland?
Yes, it's
Yes,
literally
there's lots
beneath
of
the
them are
drone.
quite a
It's
long
just
way
on the
inland.
left. Oh, now by the way, Ant, we were talking yesterday on at the EVA meeting about John Edwards doing the Perth to Sydney marathon. I believe that they'll be doing it on this dirt road here, which is one of the
Oh.
access tracks for the cable, fiber optic cable and such. Because there's one on either side going across the continent. One's Optus and one's, I guess, Telstra or whatever equivalent.
So is it? It's not too far away from the main.
No,
Nungamore
that's
Road?
only a few hundred meters. It's not very far at all, but it's off road.
Which means the support vehicles don't have to travel down the gravel necessarily.
Exactly. Yep. So with a bit of luck, I'll be there at about lunchtime on Friday. to change over the charger.
Fantastic.
Which I don't know if you were there when I showed it, Ant, but it currently looks like this in my garage. I actually
Is
did
there a
forget.
problem
I
with the
did forget
existing
to
one,
s-
Harold?
Yes, there is. It's not operational. So
Oh.
if we look on PlugShare, John's put up a. I'm just trying to bring PlugShare up at the moment. John's put up a post right here saying that charger comms fault, waiting on parts, do not plan to use until fixed. So hopefully on Friday lunchtime, I'll be able to put in a post that says it's all good to go.
Right.
Little bit of luck.
And you can check the Wi-Fi out there, Harold. Starlink.
To be honest, Jared, look, if I had the rectangular dish, which is
Yeah, then you do
lighter
it,
and
yeah.
smaller,
Yeah.
I would have brought it with me. But it's going to be a long day because I've got to basically drive from Norseman. So basically, the first day is from Perth via Meriden, Southern Cross, Cora Retreat, go the shortcut to Norseman, overnight at Norseman, and then basically a day trip out to Kaiguna and then back to Norseman. So there's not really going to be enough time. Look, I did think it would be awesome to share the dish and to show, I forget the manager's name now, but Gary's the guy that's local, and show them the Starlink service to get 200 megabits per second in the middle. Probably go faster than that actually because there's no one else around. And look, they'd just sign up in a heartbeat, but I've just got a bit of time pressure and the car's a bit heavy with what it's carrying on the back. So I'll have to do it another time, Jared. But I will do it once we get the rectangular dish and just do a general road trip.
Can
As a
you
bit of a
give an
show and tell.
update? Can you give an update on what happened to any updates in your charge port? What did you do with that?
Nothing.
Still as it is, and because I saw that picture there, you got the plugged in. It's working without that socket, is it?
Yes. Yep. I do admit that when you put the fast DC heavier cable, it seems to sag a little bit, but I've got faith in my pins. So, but it goes without saying that.
The previous comments were general in nature.
So,
So Harold, if you get the Starlink in time, when I head over east in August, I'll give it a run for you.
yeah, but it's going to cost you. It is going to cost you because it's costing what is it? $175 a month, Steve. So we'll have to charge you like a pro rata for the time you use it, which is only fair, obviously. But yeah, you can certainly give it a go.
Is that the business rate or something? Or is it the
there's
RV?
Yes, because to get roaming, in fact, I can do it on the dishes I've got here. It costs an extra $35 a month to do.
Which you can start and stop as per our premium discussion and premium
Yes.
subscription.
So with the RV thing, one advantage is after you've paid your $900 to get the kit, you can just like Joe does, you can just pay for it in 1 month lumps. Which means if you go on holidays twice a year, you might only have to pay $300 for internet, or ridiculously fast internet.
Well, it depends if your holiday goes from January to June and the second one's from July to December.
In which case, look, it's still a great deal. It really is.
Do you reckon you'd risk a software update at Kaiguna using Starlink?
Ooh.
Well, Russell, I actually did do a software update in Kaiguna when we installed the charge pod, the veg pod. So, and Rob Dean just shook his head and go, "You're crazy." And I went, "Well, wouldn't it be a funny story to ring up Tesla and go, my car's not downloading the update properly or not installing properly. How do I fix it? You got to take it to the service center, mate. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll take it to Adelaide because it might be closer."
I wasn't going to do a software update in Broome for that reason.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Starlink coverage is basically, it's getting more awesome. That's actually improved. So anywhere basically south of Northampton, all the way to the east, everywhere you get 200 megabits per second, roughly, everywhere. And in all of these areas,
within a few days.
It did.
Like literally a few days ago, because I was showing, oh man, there's so much appetite at work to get it, and yeah, that's moved north.
It has, because I think they might have installed a base station. And in fact, I had a discussion with a gentleman a couple of days ago at our, what was it? Casual meetup or something. Oh no, it was at the Power Play go-karts. And this gentleman actually works for a company that is installing base stations for Starlink.
Oh,
and
really?
they are
Wicked.
coming. I actually think that, you know how it says here starting Q1 2023, it actually says that for places such as Sweden and even Greenland. Now, I think that's got to do with the laser-linked polar orbit satellites. So I think that's just a pessimistic, that they're saying at start of 2023 there'll be enough polar launch satellites, version 3 or version 2 satellites, that can talk to each other and don't need ground stations. But Richard, I think, look, I don't know. One great clue is you just do a Google search for Starlink ground stations on ACMA, and they will approve them.
Oh yeah.
And as soon as they approve them, there will be some in the Pilbara, and you only need 1 or 2, and you'll have complete coverage throughout the Pilbara. And I dare say, if there's 1 or 2 mining companies that are motivated, they could get that happening pretty quickly. Because imagine having that small RV, portable ground dish. Look at that. It's just
because for construction comms, it's perfect.
Yes. Well, did you see? There was some news. I mean, there was just so much news this week, but there was a cruise line. I don't know if it's Carnival Tours or Carnival Cruises or something, and they actually showed. They actually showed an array of Starlink dishes, like 10 of them or something. Because one big problem on a cruise ship is there's just no internet, because there's 3,000 people and they all want to play whatever, Angry Birds or something, or Candy Crush, and you're all going to be on the internet. So, in fact, I'll actually try and get that bit of footage. But Starlink's awesome. But yeah, I won't be downloading a software update via Starlink, or Telstra for that matter. By
Richard,
the way,
you'd warrant for your Harley, wouldn't you, rather than your car?
Oh, I wish. Harley up the software update. You've got to take it back to the bloody dealer. Pain in the arse.
That's
Honestly,
right.
Sorry, tangent time. Amazing bike, phenomenal bike, but my God, the software is so bad. it's just like.
All right, folks. Special video.
Oh, sorry about that.
Can I ask another question about Model
Russell.
Y?
No, Russell.
Is the width of the tires different front and back?
Performance, yes.
So
really? Okay, I didn't know that.
Yes. I actually go. Keep asking a question. I'll
the
answer it
P85
precisely in a sec.
Yeah, because it's a bit wider, isn't it? Yeah. So what's the go with rotating tires when they're different widths? Obviously, that's not a thing, right?
Yes, you can, but you've got to actually take the tire off the rim. There's a great website called Green Drive Accessories, and anyway, this is the URL. Actually, I just put this in chat. Copy. Sorry, I just got to undo the screen share so I can put it into chat. I just happened to Google it and bump into it, because suddenly I'm very interested in everything Model Y. and it wasn't before. So this actually has all the sizes. So it's got the Gemini rims. They are symmetrical, and it tells you what the compatible tire size is. Then you've got your induction rims. Again, they are symmetrical, so same front to back. But the Uber turbines, which the performance cars get, the front is 21 by 9.5 inches, and the backs are 21 by 10.5. They're offset. They're wider at the back. But you can go, and so is my Model X, by the way. But you can go symmetrical if you choose. So you could just choose to have the easiest is the 9.5s and go all round on 9.5s. And then that way you can actually rotate them front to back. But a lot of tyres are directional tread. So the only way you can rotate from left to right, if you've got offset tyres, is you go to the tyre place, they take it off the rim, which is like a left facing rim, and then put it onto the right facing rim, but you have to take it off. Otherwise it's driving in the wrong direction.
Isn't the purpose of rotation though just to swap the fronts with the backs? Like putting the back on the back, it's sort of achieving the same thing, right?
Except for camber, you might get a slight effect on the camber of the road. In doing
yeah, but still facing the same direction, so the side of the car, it's still going the same way around.
Yeah, but you're wearing like left shoulder, the inside or outside.
Oh yeah, okay.
Because of the camber of because Australian roads have famously large camber.
Yeah, but that's a good point. If it's doing inside, if you flip it and put it over here, it's still doing the inside again. Or you're talking about the whole road to the camber?
No, so
the actual road itself, not the actual camber.
So imagine you've got tyres. So this thing you can't. No, that's not a good example.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying, Harold. Yep.
Yeah.
Understand.
Yeah.
It's the slope of the road you're talking about.
Yes. Yeah. And what was the outside? What was the left side of the tyre was on the outside of the car. The left side of the tyre would become on the inside of the other side of the car. It's but you've got to peel the tyres off. Yes.
The issue those of us with older S's and X's have, or even the new ones, where it really chews out the inside of the rears. So you're saying we could just. So why don't we ever do that? Have you ever done that? Like
I did it once.
Had the rears. Really? Okay. I never even thought of that.
I did it once. So if you chew your insides out, swap the tyres, so the inside becomes the outside, still in the same direction, and you get to use your tyres for another 10,000 k's or 20,000 k's.
Yeah. So why? Yeah, we've never. Yeah, just never even thought of doing that.
Yep, it costs you a bit more. I think it's about. I can't remember, $50 a tyre or something, because they basically got to do a service. Like they've got to take it off and.
Yeah, and you've got to do all the balancing and
Yep.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's a good option.
So getting back to this thing, Russell. Yeah, so they are offset. There are two different sizes for the performance Uber turbines.
Yeah, and the reason why you go the thinner ones is you can't really steer properly with the wider tyres at the front, can you?
I'd be concerned about. Do you have clearance on all the suspension members and all that stuff? Because, well, it might be that you have clearance, but you just don't know. So to be safe. So for instance, I've got a Model X. I had two rims that were rashed on the right-hand side, courtesy of Autopilot, many years ago, and I ended up keeping the front rim, and I use that as a universal spare because I can use it on the front and the back. I just don't know whether you might get a clearance issue with the wider rim or tyre.
But the rim itself is the same size. It's just the tyre that's wider, or the whole rim's different as well.
So notice it's 21 inches in diameter or radius, diameter, whichever way it goes, and 9.5 inches wide.
Yeah, but haven't they just put a wider tyre on the same rim though?
No, Russell, here, look, see here, it says 10.5 on the rear. That's the rim. And then the tyres are 255 35 21s on the front and 275 35 21s.
Okay, okay.
So they are different. The rims, you'll see the rims are two different widths.
Yeah. So
whereas the the induction ones are same front and back, and the Geminis are the same front and back.
Yeah, but all the 9.5s will still fit on the rears of the performance, is what you're saying.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, yes, yeah. And like I said, all of these tyres, the Geminis, the induction will fit on the Performance with the red brake calipers.
I wonder if that will actually give better fuel economy as well with a thinner tire at the back.
Yes, it will. Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
It just won't give you the same wet weather performance if you're slamming it off the mark, doing launches.
You'd think that the other tires would be better for wet weather anyway. These Pirelli ones look like they're more dry weather tires than anything. They look a bit racy rather than wetty.
Yeah, and that's one of the disadvantages with the Performance. And like I said, I fully intend on if I take this car around Australia, I may, before I leave, change them over anyway. Because then I can actually use them as a spare tire for my wife's car because she doesn't drive anywhere near as much as I do.
You could just borrow Richard Cooper's ultra streamlined aero wheels, couldn't you?
No, because Richard's got a Model 3. So Model 3 wheels aren't compatible with Model Y.
No. So Richard Chapman's ones, he's got the Model S Ultra.
I don't think Model S wheels are compatible with Model Ys.
Okay, well, here he comes.
I concur.
Do they still make those ultra awesome streamlined ones or not?
No, but there's a ton of them sitting in a warehouse in Shanghai if you did want to buy them. So I'm not sure if I've mentioned that before. Perhaps not. If not, I'm mentioning it now. So yeah, anyone who does want to have an older, have an ES, you can actually order them brand new.
And are they reasonably priced, Richard?
I think it'd be about $3,000 a set.
Is that including tyres or just the rims?
No, that's just the rims.
Right. Yep.
Which is about what it ended up. Of course, because I didn't know that at the time. So of course, by the time I'd sourced 4 rims, one which was a bit marginal from a guy who had like a bric-a-brac store in the States somewhere. By the time they all got to me, and of course everything had to be flown because it was COVID and dramas. Yeah, by the time it got here, it would be about the same price as getting it from Tesla. And they went, they didn't have a couple of the rim covers, which was just a drama to try and get 3D printed, which I gave up on. And eventually I just asked Tesla and said, look, you don't suppose you got any of these? And they're like, oh, do you know what? We've got a couple of thousand of them sitting in a Shanghai and the wheels as well. So they've just literally got them in a warehouse in Shanghai somewhere. I think, and I think, I can't remember who it was at Tesla that told me, but they basically exported a lot of their like old inventory to China. So it's all just in one central location. So yeah, random old things, legacy parts like that. So yeah, as long as you've actually got the part number, which I do, and I'm happy to give to anyone that wants the set, then yeah.
Well, I've got to say that once the Model Y arrives, there'll be a 75 rear-wheel drive S that's for sale. But anyway, and possibly a Model X, but I'm still fighting myself to work out what to do. Every now and then I'll get Pete to convince me to keep it.
Yeah.
But yeah, or maybe rent it out or something like that, which could be a viable solution.
Yeah, that'd be a great idea.
Alrighty, so has anyone else got any questions or tips or tricks?
I wanted to ask a question. I saw in a video today with Bjorn. He has the Berlin-made Model Y, and the back windows were acoustic glass as well as the front. So I was wondering how ours going to be the same.
I would presume so. I would presume so. Well, that just reminds me, Paul, this is what the Gemini wheels look like when the aero covers are off.
Oh, right.
And they're not shabby. They're actually, there's nothing wrong with them. They look quite nice.
And on the website now, you can actually get the Tesla, what are they called? The
center bit.
Yeah.
Oh, the center caps.
Yep.
The caps, yeah.
Cap cover, yeah.
And there's actually a good photo of the Geminis on the shop under Model Y accessories.
Oh yeah, right. Cool. Thanks, Pete.
Have you already ordered a whole bunch?
Oh yeah. That's why I'm in the doghouse.
Well,
He
it's not
can't
my
come out
car,
till
so
he's got to sell one car and he can come out. So
Yes, but I think your household needs a one car in, one car out policy.
yeah.
Lucky you're on an acreage.
It's like Pete's car lot or something, isn't it?
So Pete, you're gonna sell your performance, Pete?
No way.
No, you're gonna keep it. The black one.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Peter's such a romantic. You know, my best car is my next car.
Yeah,
Oh,
well, you know,
no, I can't sell the baby.
I probably will. Eventually, I probably will. But the problem with that car is it's my first Tesla, and it came out of the factory on my birthday. So it was,
Pete, how good's the paint job?
We were, when you love someone, you love them for all their quirks, all their pluses, all their
Exactly.
But my
and speaking of which,
baby's
Pete,
got a good paint job, so
No, good call, Pete. Very good call.
yeah.
This is
And
this
Pete-
is
Pete,
the
speaking of which,
Gemini wheels, by the way.
Wow.
So that's with
pretty
the
cool.
with the
How
centre.
much are they?
They're free.
They're free ones. Yeah.
That's what you're going to get.
What do you mean
Paul.
they're free?
You're getting Geminis with the wheel covers, and when you take the
With the-
covers off, just like the
Yep.
Model 3 with the Aero wheel covers, the rims underneath look quite nice.
But the caps are free as well.
Oh no,
Oh, no, the caps
That's
are
what I asked.
75.
There you go,
sorry.
75. Okay.
But
No
get them
worries.
from Teslas or whatever, and they're like a fraction of
Oh,
that
yeah.
cost if you want to.
Yeah.
So the Model 3 performance, I look on that same website, that's both the front and back are the same width. On your website.
Probably, yes, probably.
Yeah,
but
so-
the Model Y, being bigger, is like the Model X. So my
Yeah.
Model X has 9.5s probably and 10.5s, sorry, on the front,
Yeah.
and 10.5s probably on the back. They are definitely a different size.
Yeah.
And that's just for the extra weight, I guess, is it? Because this is
No,
only 9 inches
technically
on
it's-
the Model 3.
No, I think it's got to
the
do
model-
with cornering performance or something. It's, There's a minutiae of performance gain by having a bit more traction on the back than the front, so that it's a bit more understeer or whatever. It's technical, but
Okay.
Yeah, the
To
Model
the
Y
point of-
isn't too much heavier.
it's technical to the point of being I dare say a little bit ridiculous. Like,
Is
if
it
you're a
because
boy-
you could theoretically put a lot more cargo in it and like tow more with it?
no, I don't even think it's that.
okay.
Russell, I think it's literally cornering performance on full throttle. There's probably some balancing or some benefit at the bleeding edge, but for a daily driver in a country where you can't go more than 110 k's an hour legally, I think it's just irrelevant. You just don't have to. Most of us would struggle to notice a difference.
So if that's what it's set up for, you want to think people that are driving that hard will be using a Model 3 anyway, not a Model Y, because that'd be a faster car anyway, right?
Yeah, but if you get older, Russell, you want to be able to just sit straight into your car, and be comfortable.
Okay. I'll take your word for it when I get that.
I've got a
old,
few
I'll
years yet,
realise.
Harold. I'll
Yeah,
catch up on you I'll catch up on you in 20 years' time, buddy.
Yes, that's right. Except I'll be ahead of you, but then you might actually beat me anyway. That's another story.
Oh, yeah,
you can always
exactly.
beat me later.
I might not make it after all. There's that too.
You only live
That's why-
once. and
That's why we're
you-
living once. Yeah.
That's why you needed to buy a Model Y last Friday, because you only live
Oh.
once.
Yeah. It was quite nice winning for once, You don't win very often in a marriage, so
Tesla seems to be one of those universally liked products, so not many people begrudge you or themselves buying one.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
so you got to
gold.
be like Joe, work hard and save your $10 on your premium connectivity, and you just might find you can buy yourself a Model Y that you didn't expect to get.
I am actually saving it because I got it included with the car. So
Oh, because it's a performance at the
Oh.
time when it was
Yep.
lifetime free
Yep.
connectivity. Cool.
Yep. That's why I'm not giving it up.
Yes, because you like Pete, because Pete's car was born on his birthday, like he was, but unlike Pete, his car hasn't got as good a paint job.
Oh.
And it's not
Well,
self-healing. So
Yes, yeah, they actually told us that the paint job's really good. They went all over the car and they said it was really good. They couldn't find any issues. So I was very surprised. So all good.
So when I got my Model 3, the premium activity was for 1 year. I think
Yeah,
shortly
like me.
after I got mine, maybe 3 or 4 months after, they just changed it to 1 month. Is that the same for everyone now? 1 month is all you get?
Yep.
So every car they sell now, no matter what it is 1 month. Okay.
yeah, I think my order contract says that actually. For the Model Y, it says 1 month free connectivity.
Yeah. And it has to be the first month, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, it's a month from when you
Think
bought it.
so.
I presume this.
Yeah, you can't save it up to your first trip down to Busselton and turn it on.
No.
That'd be cool.
I'm just asking for Joe,
Yeah.
that's all. But I'm sure
Asking
she'll.
for a friend. Yeah, that's it.
Asking for a friend.
Asking for a friend.
Oh, God.
So there
Oh,
you go. Alrighty, so we got any
Alrighty.
other bits?
So do you think, just back to the
Oh
width
yeah, go
question,
Russell.
maybe do you think it could be potentially for when they unlock the reverse drag mode, we have better traction on the fronts essentially? Because I'm sure it's possible.
Yes.
Just thinking ahead, you know how they're forward leaning and thinking of the future.
Look, I'm sure that's if you can have if you have surfing in the Olympics or
Skateboarding.
and various other sports, why can't you have reverse drags? I mean, there's you know, if there's two flies crawling across a window, someone's going to bet on which one gets there first.
I was
So
going to
why
say
not
tennis
do-
as well, but Pete was in the room, so I didn't want to mention it.
Is it? Hey, am I missing something? Is it pick on Pete night tonight or something? Is it? Like
I don't know.
what's going on? Everyone's picking on Pete tonight. Like,
Oh.
leave him alone. He's
Well,
in the
Nigel
doghouse.
signed off, so someone else has to cop the flack.
He's doing it tough. Where's Richard Cooper? We can start picking on him.
But
Where's he?
look, anyone that
He's
appears
trying to
like this
sleep.
in a photo has got to be picked
Oh.
on.
God.
I mean, the guy was born a star. He literally is a star.
How's that haircut?
Yeah, that's.
And he just got out of prison. That haircut. That was a hard time he was doing.
I think that's where my dad cut my hair because he wanted to save the $10 on the barber. So he bought himself a, and
A
just
bowl
did
of
it in-
cutter.
Yeah.
Not sure what sneakers you got on there, Pete. I can't. Is it possibly sponsorship sneakers? Because
Diodoras.
Diodoras. There you go.
They
Just
didn't
what
have
every
red
budding-
sneakers in that era. They didn't have red sneakers, I think.
No.
No, red ones were around.
Unlock volleys.
Unless you're a clown in a circus. The only red circus you have.
Hey, I was going to say before when I lost my connection that if you're looking at getting a tow bar for your Model Y, my advice would be to wait for the genuine one. So I had a look, and the genuine one I'm expecting to come in at like $1,500, $1,600. So quite a bit less than the Stealth one. And the advantage will also be because it's genuine, I presume. So with my Stealth one on my Model 3, when I'm reversing, it beeps quite a lot because it's recognizing the trailer and it thinks that I'm going to reverse into the trailer, and it can get a bit annoying. But I'm presuming that the genuine one with the Model Y, it won't do that.
That's
And it's
correct.
cheap.
Yeah, my Model X doesn't beep when it's in trailer mode, which you
But the
can
Model-
turn off because you can set it as a. You can make it treat itself like a bike rack. Although, actually, no, even then it doesn't. The reverse beeps don't operate. It ignores the ultrasonic sounders because there's two modes. When you've got a legitimate trailer, or proper setup like you can get with the Model Y, if you have a bike rack with lights like indicators and brake lights, because it's your bikes are blocking your normal indicators, it would automatically detect the LED bulbs. Actually, that's another issue, but let's just say it does detect that you've got trailer lights. It thinks it's a trailer. You override it and put it into trailer mode, which means that you can still use autopilot, but it does suppress the ultrasonic sensors when you're reversing only.
Yeah, when we're driving with the bike rack on the back, you've got the red lines all around the car the whole time you're driving.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, that's right.
But there's no trailer mode on Model 3 though, is there? That's an X thing, yeah?
That's right, because Tesla have to invoke that in software, and because you've got a third-party thing. In fact, Model 3s, I don't think Tesla's bought out a towing kit for Model 3s. Certainly not in Australia. But Pete, have they put it
UK
anywhere in the
No,
UK?
I don't think they have. No, it's a Model Y.
You could get it for the UK, but
not at Tesla though.
Not for the 3 though, Paul.
I'm sure it was.
Hey Harold, I found something that I want to show you that when you were driving on the Nullarbor. How do I screen save it? I want to show you.
Just go screen share.
Screen share.
Yeah, how do I do that?
Oh, there's a green
macro for that
icon.
on your deck. What your streaming deck? Is there a screen share button on there already set up?
Yeah, there's a screen share. Yeah, and the green in the middle. Yeah. Okay, so I've got to drag it. Oh, desktop 2. No, that's desktop 1. Desktop 3.
You'd also like highlight where you want to go. So you tell it which screen or which window you want it to share.
Oh yeah, I've got to. Oh no, yes, yeah, I've got it now. Okay, cool.
Bit worried about this giving Jared the right to screen share.
Hey,
You never know.
you got it? You got this one?
No, we can't see.
Can't see
You
anything.
can see it. Press share. You got to press share again.
Okay. You got
Bottom right, press share in blue.
Yeah, oh, there you go.
Press share. You got to press one more step.
Oh,
Press the
shit.
last button.
Oh, I'm gonna
You
go
see
there
it?
in a minute.
I can't see it.
No, this is Champagne TV right
Just
now.
send the link, Jared, and we'll open it. Looks like you're a bit.
Yeah, put the link. If it's a link, just put it in the chat, and I'll open it for
See
you.
it now?
No.
No.
Just put the URL in the chat box.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
Copy and paste it.
I need a 9-year-old kid. Is there a 9-year-old kid around here anywhere?
Oh, there we go.
No.
How do I-
While that's happening,
Yeah.
oh!
I couldn't see it.
It's
Oh,
really
it's just the noise.
I'm in.
It's-
I'm in.
Hang on.
Just the
Forward.
noise.
Well,
there we go. Towing.
yeah. So what I've just brought that up. It's Tesla.com, but it'll talk about a Model 3. It does talk about towing and accessories, the hitch,
Yeah.
the carrier,
Oh,
trailer
so-
towing, pressures when
Yeah.
towing. So Model 3 does have somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's just not
That's
available
why-
yet.
I'm sure it was the UK because I wanted it here.
Yeah, it was in kilograms and stuff. So hey.
Doesn't matter though. We're getting the Model Y, so
or Cybertruck.
oh, that's later.
No, or the
That's-
semi where you can go.
Four.
"Bah,
Dun, dun. and like Kit, and that goes
Yes.
down, and you pull your Cybertruck out.
Like
you're
a tiny
right.
house at the front of the 40-foot container, and then have the bit that you have the ramp for the Cybertruck,
Yeah.
and then in the Cybertruck you have the ramp for the ATV.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to get it on my Roadster, but I was going to get in the way of the rocket kit I was going to put on it.
Oh yeah, the SpaceX launch.
And you
Like
need
a
that big pad on top.
Yes, exactly. But I mean, at the moment the share price is going. Oh,
Yeah.
it's going up a
For the
little bit.
price.
Oh damn, it's going up.
Yeah, nice, nice.
Still on sale though.
It is on
Was-
sale.
On the
My
RV
opinion.
for Starlink, wasn't there a maximum speed you're meant to be able to travel in a vehicle with the Starlink device or not?
Yes, the maximum speed is 0 at the moment. You technically void the warranty on the dish if you do what I did and actually use it while it's in motion. The reason being that look, well, actually, on the Nullarbor, it's perfect because it's for 90 miles, you're going in a straight line. So the dish is just facing the same direction the whole time. But what it tries to do is it basically faces, for our latitude, faces south slightly at an angle because there's a higher density of satellites to the south of us because that's where they all go at the bottom of the orbit, and it's sort of, that's where most of them hang out, and they, like on the sinusoid, that's where they sort of dwell the longest in the horizon or above the horizon. So the solution to that is for Starlink to offer an option on your app that says, I want to be in mobile mode, and then it just sets your dish to be flat straight up to the sky. Because my dish, when I was testing it, when I do a U-turn on the freeway, and the dish was literally facing the incorrect direction, like I was going in a north direction instead of south, even though the dish was facing at a worse angle, it still worked very well. So if it just faces straight up and does its phased array magic, it's more than good enough. So that's what they'll have to do is do like a, they tell the motors to stop orienting and just go straight, look straight up, horizontal.
So I'm sure that's what they've done on the airplanes, right? Straight up.
Absolutely, yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
try this,
yeah.
Harold. Harold, try this. Allow Zoom to open preference.
That's working really well there, Russell.
Yeah, it's great
sorry,
there, Jared.
Marvelous.
Marvellous, Jared.
Russell.
You're really
I'll go to
getting the
bed and I'll
continuity
get
of the
back up.
program. It's
It's going to happen any minute now, right? Just hang
yeah,
on.
yep.
Maybe you can call the next one.
I
the
can't
Jared
wait.
Chair Screen
Oh,
special. We can do like 3 hours of Jared sharing his screen or
Oh,
something.
seriously, this is just so bad.
I think that was probably as exciting as
Oh,
us waiting
So
for Model Y to open up.
Sky's got a great comment. Model 3 and Y, same stud pattern, 5 by 114, which is the Ford pattern.
I'll
and
give it a
Model
stud
S and
pattern.
X
Don't
is
worry
the
about that.
same stud pattern with 5
Here we
by
go.
120 mil.
You got it
Holden.
now?
No,
Nah.
you got to change the screen, mate.
The difference,
gotta
Sky,
share
is
screen.
that the offset is different between those models,
See
I
this?
believe. So the
So
offset
you're
between
sharing
the,
your belly, buddy.
I'm trying to share it.
Yeah, you're showing us your belly.
Oh,
I don't know
sis,
what you're doing with your
can't
hand
show
under
you.
the table.
Hang on a sec. That's a little bit wrong. Do you see that?
yeah, I can see. I can
No,
see
we
the
can
top
see
row
your
of your
keyboard.
Okay, that's it. I'm finished. You guys are mean.
Oh. Well,
Yeah,
you
thanks.
told us to stop picking on Pete, so we're going to pick on you guys.
Thanks for that.
Harold, I
interlude.
emailed it to you.
You what? Emailed?
I emailed it to you, Harold.
Oh, that's going to work
Copy
really
it
well.
and drop
I'm
it in the
busy.
chat.
Chat.
Can't you tell I'm
Yeah.
busy on
No,
Zoom, Jared? I don't-
Control
I need it,
C,
I-
Control V, sorted.
Hey,
No,
I got it- I
Control
emailed
Alt
it to you.
Delete.
Harold, I emailed it to you. Have you got it?
3 fingers.
Oh,
3
email.
fingers.
I
Yes.
emailed it to
Email.
Hey,
secretary.
Jared, just write on a bit of paper and hold it up to the camera and we'll read it off.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
quicker.
but hold it still in
It's
case you
really
need to
good.
white
Like,
out.
you guys would like it. It's really quite entertaining.
Right. Almost as entertaining as this segment, Jared.
Oh,
Well,
God, are we
Which
still
email
recording?
address? The secretary or the other one?
I sent it to secretary
Yeah, okay. I'll have to hit
Under-
send and receive and stuff.
under good
so-
looking.
Yeah, good looking rooster.
Good
Platinum.
looking and
Platinum
Um,
credit card, man.
It's really good. It's quite. It's just.
Right.
It's really good. Got it?
I'm missing out on sleep.
Yeah.
Check your spam folder, Harold.
This is worth waiting for. Seriously, this is good. This is really.
Okay.
Hey,
Right.
check your spam folder, Harold.
Yes.
No, that's
I
the
haven't got it yet,
German stuff that I
Russell.
sent, Harold.
Sorry, I keep calling you Russell. I don't mean to give you that false compliment there, Jared. No, that's what I did there, Russell. That was good, wasn't it? See, that was very
Can you
sharp.
play that bomb, bomb?
You shiny guys stick together, I tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah. That's it.
There's going to be.
Oh, sorry, Elon just joined us.
Elon, how
Hi.
you going? Yeah, good, Jared. Yeah, going well. Yeah, good.
Oh! It's on.
You got it?
Oh,
You got
yes,
it?
you're right. Yeah.
I'm in. I'm in.
What's happening?
Oh, what? Sorry, what?
Have you got it? Have you got it, Harold?
No, not yet. Oh, Jared Hawk. Here we go.
Oh,
Good. I was watching the pixels paint.
I just have to. Oh, oh dear, it's a movie. I'll have to watch it first. Hang on. I'm not going to put this up.
No,
live.
there's none of the. We edited that thing with the That's all cut out. There's none of that.
Hang on.
It's not that one.
Yeah, but wait on. It says you should only open attachments from a trustworthy source. Well,
yeah, that's Pete. That's not me. That's Pete. That's definitely not me.
That's a problem. Oh dear. Okay, I'm going to open it.
It's totally safe.
Yeah, I'm just checking, mate. Just check it. It's always good to check.
Yeah, that's good. That's the new the new thing with the thing that does the doot doot.
Or the worst case is you take it off record, watch it, just in case.
There's nothing. Joe is there. I wouldn't do it in front of Joe. She'd never make sandwiches again. Trust me.
Why is it awesome?
It's because you watch it. You wait and see.
Yeah.
It's
How long
going.
does it go for?
It goes for like a minute and a half, but it's the same footage area that you did, except instead of a drone, it's actually a helicopter.
Oh, okay, all right.
And it's hovering about a meter off the ground on the highway.
Yeah. So what Jared just said was a meter off the ground. So let's have a look at the footage.
Yeah, let's
It's a
go.
bit more than a meter there, I think.
No,
Anyway, we'll give it a go.
Give it a go. I can't see it. How come I can't see it?
We can.
I can't see it. I couldn't even see it.
Can someone explain to me why that was good? Because I'm.
I know. 'Cause if it was me, I would have just brake checked them, and that would have been messy. But
I would have been glad for autopilot.
hang on, Jared. I'll give you a
I couldn't even see it. Thanks. I just
a little golf clap. That's
Can I
awesome.
say that was
Is
the
it a
worst
golf
thing
clap?
I've ever
It's like
waited
this,
for in my
doesn't it?
life.
That was like 15 minutes of my bedtime gone. Nice, guys.
Oh, I'll tell you a
Oh, see
story,
you, Paul.
Paul. Okay.
Oh,
See
you
you,
could-
Paul.
Oh,
I'll
you've got
tell
a
you-
story, have you, Jared? Okay,
Yeah, I got
I'll
a story.
wait.
Yeah.
Come on, tell us the story.
Yeah, Mr. Prostate came and checked the. I'll tell you later.
Yeah, all right. You're all right. Yes.
Yes.
Moving right along.
Okay.
Has anyone got anything Tesla related or EV related?
Oh, helicopter. I've got another helicopter one. I can.
I've got something EV related. So I think you remember a while ago I told you that one of my friend's parents bought a Mercedes EQA.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. So they took delivery a few weeks ago. Anyway, I was talking to them. They've actually got 3 years worth of free charging at ChargeFox as part of their purchase.
That's correct.
So
do Audi e-trons and
Fun
e-tron
fact.
and the Porsche Taycan. I think they have a deal as well with ChargeFox for the fast DC chargers.
Yeah, so fun fact, you can just go with them and then just plug your car in and it works as well. You don't have to, they get it for free on your car too. It's not related to the car. They just get a card they tap, the RFID. You just put any car you want into it.
So it takes 200 kilowatt hours
Yeah.
into a 100 kilowatt hour battery. Awesome.
Yep. Yeah, pretty much.
Is that right, Russell?
Yeah, we've stress
Amar.
tested it on the weekend.
So you could be naughty and you could be
Stress
sharing the
tested
car
it.
around.
So we're not sure the ramifications long term, but we'll see what happens, I guess. But I'm sure if you stood there all day and charged $5 a charge, you'd make a bit of money.
Hang on. On that note,
The previous comments were general in nature and shouldn't be taken as personal professional advice. Listeners should seek their own independent assessment from a qualified advisor and not rely on the general nature of information in this program.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh!
It's on.
Who's that?
Oh, it is. You're right. Yeah.
I'm in.
Oh, that's never gonna get old. That is just never gonna get old.
it's just not. It's just not. Anyway.
I know.
So Russell, that's big because, to be honest, and look, Tesla did it with the superchargers, with the old S's and X's, and some of the 3s. If you offer something for free, people just milk the crapola out of it. So you can't get a charge at the RAC headquarters because there'll be as Bjorn Nyland would say, a fat e-tron, or an EQC, or an EQA, or a Taycan, milking it for free. And why wouldn't you drive to the middle of town to get a free juice if it's
do any of
been
those
prepaid
vehicles
for?
support the reverse charging at all?
No, because they are CCS, and there is no accepted standard for vehicle to grid on CCS, except the Hyundai Ioniq. Is that right, Ant?
That's
only
That's only vehicle to load as well.
Vehicle to load, yeah.
So they've got this little adapter.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Because what you could do, you could just drive down to.
Oh, I know what you're thinking, Russell.
How much is your time worth, though? You know,
No, that's not the point. It's like if you can make it, as Harold's saying, you just do it because you can.
Yeah.
And then you're sticking it to the man.
But Russell, but Russell, why
I've done
wouldn't I
that
take?
where I've got free supercharging, and I've gone, I'd rather just go home and plug in, as opposed to going there and sticking around for a while.
But Russell, with my car that's got free unlimited lifetime supercharging, why wouldn't I top it up at Carrara or in Perth, wherever that is, and come home and get a little bit of phantom drain by putting a couple of 12 gauge screws through my DC lines and hot wiring it to my Fronius inverter or something and get a bit of phantom drain, you know?
That's what I think what I was implying before. But so they could definitely, I don't know if they're going to put an end to it, but essentially all they've got is a RFID card that was issued them through ChargeFox.
Yep.
When they bought the car, and then they just tap it on and you plug whatever car you want into it and it just works.
Yes, because it doesn't keep a VIN number. It doesn't do a proper transaction to verify. So
it's pretty small cost though to them. It's only like, I sort of did some rough numbers, like $1,000 a year worth of power, like what you normally would pay. And realistically, they've overpaid for the car anyway, so it's probably still covered in the cost of actually buying it out at the start. I would have just added $5,000 to the cost of the car anyway to cover it, and you look like you're getting a good deal.
My car's consumed roughly 42,000 kilowatt hours. No, sorry. Yeah, that's right. So what's that going to cost? 50 cents. It's 20 grand after 200,000 Ks. It's not a lot.
Yeah.
It's not a lot. And it is 3 years, Russell, you're saying? I
think most of those ChargeFox ones are 40 cents, aren't they?
They've changed their ratio, their cost, haven't they, recently?
They're are they 60 cents, Steve? I think.
Oh, they went to the Ross's hardware one, or the whatever it's called.
You're on.
Oh, hang on, Peter's trying to say something.
Pete Ship was trying to say something, but he's on mute.
Yeah, I think it was 50 cents. They did go up. I know Ravensthorpe is now 50 cents. Lake Grace is 40, but I think that went up, didn't it?
I looked on.
That's when they say ChargeFox, Pete. That's when you say ChargeFox. It's the RAC ChargeFox.
Oh, okay.
That's the problem.
Well,
People, ChargeFox are allowing the misapprehension to be that it's their chargers. It's not. They are just the service provider, the billing provider. But Porsche, Mercedes, Audi, and some others perhaps have done a deal via ChargeFox for the RAC type NRMA.
Oh, no, it's all of them. She filled up at Ross's hardware place at up at, you know, the one out in, what is it, Wangara, whatever it is?
Guildford.
And that's free too.
No, that's 40 cents, that one.
She got
that one for free.
But now it's 40 cents.
No,
she got it for free.
Oh, so you did get it for free at Ross's?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what happened on the weekend.
Yeah, right.
There you
Sorry,
go.
who's posted this up? What's this?
I did. That's what I've just brought up. As of April, so they said from May this year, that's the changes in price. So from 40 cents to 60 cents per kilowatt hour in the ultra fast, but that's
Gotcha.
50 to 350.
Yep. Yeah, big increase. They're actually now dearer than Tesla.
Wow.
There you go. So members of our NRMA RACV discounts, right? Yeah, up to 100%.
Yeah, so-
still
so
available partner.
The
Go
thing
ahead.
is that RSEQ, RSEV, NRMA, etc., have arrangements with ChargeFox. They're partners with ChargeFox, who is the provider, and as is Ross's Discount, Chris Dodd, etc. And they would have some sort of arrangement with Audi, Porsche, and Mercedes, for pricing. I'm not sure about Ravensthorpe. I should know, but that would just be the standard ChargeFox arrangement, whatever their kind of bog standard cost is.
So presumably those car makers have sort of done what Tesla did with the supercharging network in the early days and just say, well, we've built in that price or that cost for a reasonable amount of time. You know, the average car does 15,000 Ks a year. So that's 45,000 Ks over 3 years at 200 watt hours. It's X number of kilowatt hours and whatever that cost is. I think, like you said, Russell, it's not a great cost. Really, you're not really getting that much of a benefit in reality.
Apart from sticking it to the man.
Yeah, unless you're doing what I do, sticking it to them.
It is a bit annoying. In fact, I have been EV'd by an EQA sitting at the RAC, and they literally charge whenever they need to because of that arrangement. So I arrived at the RAC headquarters specifically to charge and couldn't.
And hence the problem of the distortion you get when you have, you know, subsidies and things like that, where people would have just charged at home and not worried about it. But since, you know, you can get $3 off for the whole charge, you're going to go out of your way to annoy someone else that might need it on a road trip.
They actually installed a Zappy at their house with all the, you know, the high tech trickle charge and everything. And they still don't even plug it in at home. They still drive all the way out there just to charge for free.
And they bought a Zappy, and this is no dispersion. There's no aspersion against Zappies per se, but for the price you pay, you're never going to get that benefit back unless you work in a home office and have lots of solar and have got the time to sit
They've
there.
got like 20 on the roof. It's like a huge system they got, and they've got I think they've got two 10 kilowatt inverters as well.
Yep.
So they've got a pretty significant setup going on. So they do generate a lot of solar, but at the same time,
But how much do they use? Is how much is being spilt effectively? It's just all of it.
Not much in winter, but yeah, in summer, like pretty much all of it, because you can't feed back to the grid with a tariff because you're producing so much energy.
Oh,
I
I'll
was a
go
bit
night.
intrigued.
See you, Paul.
No, it's all.
Take care. See you next
Well,
week.
You
I think
too.
I will
Bye,
say
guys.
good night also, folks. Good
night,
night.
Steve.
Oh.
Take care, mate.
Seeing as though somebody started, I'm going to do that too. Have a great evening, and see you next time.
No worries, Ant. Look forward to
Yeah.
it. Thanks for joining us.
There was a story that I read the other week about.
Good night as well,
see you,
guys. Sorry.
Peter.
Yeah.
Oh, good night,
Good
Peter. Yeah,
time.
good.
Thanks for tonight.
Yep, no worries. Welcome to come back anytime, any Wednesday.
Thank you. Bye all.
Cheers. Take care.
So
Let's
I
go,
read
Russell.
a story that was pretty much a story about a comment on Facebook, which is a slow day, because it went on to say, oh yeah, we looked at the people who had the Polestar page, we looked at the people who had the Tesla page, and they're all like at each other. Both the groups thought they were in the right. Wouldn't you think that in that situation like that, they'd go, hey guys, you're all a bunch of idiots, just calm down. Like, this is the situation. deal with it rather than just let it simmer and get worse and worse probably.
Well, and the thing is, it was a Model 3. I don't think it was an S or an X.
Yeah.
So they were paying.
They said it was cheaper and faster as well. It was a faster charger and it was less expensive.
Well, if it was faster, it would have been at one of the towns that had the older 120 kilowatt
It was,
Tesla
yeah.
charger.
Yeah.
And yeah, look, this is a great subject, Russell, because on the one hand, I can understand the frustration of someone in a non-Tesla turning up, knowing there are superchargers around the corner that they can't use, and they just want to use the one or two chargers, the DC chargers that everyone can use. But yeah, like you sort of say, it's like, well, it's a free
But it's not like me
not-
going into a disabled toilet and using a bathroom. Like that's not the equivalent because
no, not at all.
it's not like when we're not allowed to use it. It's not reserved for specific people.
Yes.
It's just that because they can't access something else, they think that no one else is allowed to access theirs as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And one thing that made the difference for me is the guy said, so I can't remember how many stalls there were, but he said he was the only one there.
Yeah, there was plenty of free ones.
When
yeah.
this guy came and told him off, there were still like two other ones that were free. And it's
And
not
he was
like he went
finishing.
away or anything. He was there.
Oh, and I thought he was,
And he
also
was finishing
his
anyway.
charge, and he said, "Oh, it's cool,
Yeah,
mate.
true.
I'm going anyway." And the guy got pissed off.
Yeah.
Look, it's not cool. Although, having said that, one thing I think is less optimal, or at least the optics of it is not optimal, is when you go to the Current Up supercharger and you've got 6 stalls, and of course you then got, which are empty, and you've got 2 Model 3s invariably on the Type 2s. Now, Pete's going to have in a moment a very good reason why a Model 3 would want to be at that Type 2, and it's not actually to save money. So shoot, Pete.
I'm not sure what you're getting at, but
Okay, I
possibly
can
the
tell you.
fact that
I can
there's
tell you
no,
why.
Shopping, Pete.
or
remember?
possibly
I can tell you
because
why.
there's no.
No, the time for shopping. Remember, you.
Yeah, because otherwise you charge too fast. and you can't
yeah.
get your
So
shit
it's-
done.
Well, so two reasons. So number one, let's say you're going to be 40 minutes or an hour, or you're getting a haircut done and whatever. Well, you put it on the fast charger, and you've got to be running back 20 minutes later or 30 minutes later to repark it. So you put it on the slow charger. But the other reason, especially at Current Up, is so what I do now is I notice how long it's going to be before I'm finished charging, and I put that into my phone as a timer. And I've worked out if you set the timer for about 5 minutes less, it tends to overstate it by about 5 minutes or so. So if you set it to 5 minutes less, you end up getting there pretty much right on time. But I have to do that because there's no way to, even if you go outside of Current Up and you get 4G coverage, the car doesn't have coverage because they haven't put Wi-Fi extenders in. The whole of Current Up is you just can't get any signal anywhere. You can get signal in the Commonwealth Bank. That's because you're using Commonwealth Bank's Wi-Fi. But apart from that, yeah, it's brand new shopping centre that I spent I don't know how much money on, and it's been going for what, 6 months, 7, 8 months, and they still haven't fixed the 4G. I mean, it's just.
Yep, but human nature also, unfortunately, with many EV owners is there's nothing better than free. So particularly everyone that's got a Model 3, unless they've got some supercharger kilometres left with referrals, you'd obviously, human nature is plug into the slow charger for free compared to the fast charger for 52 cents a unit.
There wouldn't be an issue if every car spot had a charger on it.
True. Yep.
As is the case in Norway.
Or if, as is the case in Germany, actually, Tesla have opened up, one supercharger location in Germany for all EVs, but it's not a matter of if. When Tesla Australia opens up all of its superchargers to EVs, all EVs, then you will get the odd Kona and others that will charge at Karrinyup and elsewhere. And then that argument will cease because they will then be taking advantage of Tesla's hard spent money or hard earned money that was spent in putting in that infrastructure.
And then Tesla drivers are going to get annoyed when you've got a Kona charging there at, I don't know what, how fast is a Kona charge?
I think
actually, if you make it
75, I think, kilowatts.
But even so, if you open it up, you basically open it up to all the cars. So then you could pull your live wire up in there. I know because it's a CCS. No, it's a CCS too. So the live wire takes CCS too, but it's at what is it like 20 kilowatts or something? It's really slow.
The Nissan Leaf, the old Nissan. Oh no, that's not CCS. But the newer ones that are CCS in summer, they rapid gate something cruel because the batteries get too hot, and they do something ridiculous like 10 kilowatts or something. So you can have a new generation Nissan Leaf that's rapid gating at 10 kilowatts on a 250 kilowatt supercharger.
So you can sit there for 5 hours.
And get not very much. Yeah, that's right.
Sorry there, Pete. I was just in the car. Yeah, the live wire charges at 20 kilowatt DC or 1.4 kilowatt AC, which is what it's doing right now.
Yeah, there you go.
But the batteries are air cooled, so you know it probably could charge a lot faster, but I wouldn't want it to. And that's why all the Harley dealerships also have 20 kilowatt DC chargers at them. So if you're actually ever really desperate for a charge in the car, all Harley Davidson stores have a 20 kilowatt DC charger.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure they'd let you use it if you ask nicely enough.
And how big is the battery on the live wire, just out of interest?
Well, 15.5 kilowatt hour. But right, here's where the mystery starts, because I don't know what of that is visible to me. I don't know whether there's a margin above 100% or below 0% or what it reckons those two values are. I don't know what the battery chemistry is, so I don't know whether it's okay to charge it to 100%. And there's no way of even setting it to 90% or 80% anyway, because the software's so crap. So and even Harley don't know. Like when I ask them, they're like, I'm like, well, what's the battery chemistry of the cells? I might as well say, what is the main made of? Actually, no, they probably
it'd have to be nickel. It'd have to be a nickel battery. There's no way they.
But are we talking NMC like the Powerwall? Are we talking NCA like the car?
NCA. It would be NCA for sure.
No, but
because that's
the most. How do you know?
It's the only one they got technology to use. Those other chemistries are unique to like BYD and Tesla, and that's it.
But they're Panasonic cells.
Yeah, Panasonic don't make the LFP.
I think the LiveWire batteries might be Samsung. Oh, I can't remember now.
Anyway,
but I mean, with the charging, the LiveWire is not really an issue because the longest it's going to sit there for, I mean, unless it gets charge idle fees, is less than an hour. So
a public charger, yeah. I mean, look, I don't even carry the 1.4 kilowatt charger with me on the bike, even though there's a special thing under the seat, like where you can put it, because I'm like, I'm never going to need to charge at work. Like, because it's got an air-cooled battery, I don't want to charge it during the day, even if it's for free. I would rather charge it at night, at home, when it's cooler. So yeah. You know, it's not worth it to me. But yeah, I would like to. You're probably right, Russell. But I would like to see the chemistry because you know they're like, oh no, we found out what it is. It's a lithium-ion based. Oh God, yes. Thanks.
Russell, that video you sent me, or the video in the chat.
Yeah.
Is it the audio? I've just had a quick look. Should I play that? Is that useful to play with the audio on, or is it just a background?
Well, what I was trying to show at 5 minutes 15, it shows how parking areas and whatnot could be reconsidered with electric vehicles, and how the video is titled "How Norway Killed the Petrol Car," and it's showing how they've utilised areas that weren't habitable for traffic, Yeah,
cool. Okay,
but you can play it at like double speed or something if you want, or
Oh, that's
1.75 or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Do you want me to show you something, Jack?
Of course.
Should go in here.
Nah.
Do you want to come?
You gonna?
Have a secret in here. Show you. Are you scared?
No. This looks like a normal place to take someone. This is an abandoned railway.
You know, it's a fortress up here.
We're gonna go visit some ghosts. Okay. Oh, is this a car park?
This is a car park reserved for electric cars.
Oh, it's huge.
It's big, and this is just the start of it.
Nice and cool down there.
Yeah, and because there's no tadpole permission, there's no
Well, I
requirement
think this is
for
just
ventilation.
about the most Norwegian thing
Of
I've
course.
seen all day so far. This is an EV-only parking garage, and every spot has its own charger.
Yeah, so this is reserved for full electric cars only, and it's very central, so a lot of people that drive into Oslo in the morning can park and charge here during the day and go back home after.
What we have here is a nice cross-section of the EVs in Oslo and what cars people drive. Notice there's a lot of old stuff on the road. You see a lot of Mitsubishi i-Meves and early Leafs. People really look after their EVs here and keep them running a long time.
And Nissan Leaf started selling, people started buying them very early, so there's actually, I think, 75,000 Nissan Leafs in Norway or so. So it's a lot of it's probably the most common car you can see.
Charging infrastructure, obviously a huge part of reassuring people to go electric. If there's not enough chargers, people are not going to buy electric cars. It feels like in the UK, it's always just a bit behind the number of EVs. The charge is never quite enough. Do you feel that?
Yeah.
There you go.
So
by the way, Nissan Leaf with overheating batteries is not a big deal in Norway, where it's mostly sub-zero, just quietly.
Yeah. So
Hey,
maybe like the old
Richard.
Hi.
So the Harley is, you're right, Samsung sells 15.5 kilowatt hour, of which 13.6 kilowatt hours is usable.
Oh, okay.
According to Wikipedia.
And chemistry, Pete?
Didn't say. So
Yeah. Okay, I'm noting that down.
Go,
I would be pretty confident it's NCA, just because every other auto manufacturer in the world is using NCA.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So
Except for
NCA
Tesla,
is
who's
the chemistry
going.
in.
Go.
Oh, here we go. NMC
so
chemistry.
NMC.
Yeah. And the pack weighs.
Where are you
100
finding this?
kilo.
I've searched for hours. Where did you find it? You're a god.
Just a electric article on the 21st of May last year.
Okay.
So it says using the NMC chemistry, the battery pack would be about 200 watt hours per kilo, and a battery pack of 100 kilo or about 220 pounds.
Are they? They sound like they know. I thought I'd read that electric article and I wasn't impressed. Unless it was a different one. What date was it?
21st of May last year.
Yeah, I've got the same one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Russell. You
No,
were gonna say
well,
something?
thanks for looking. I
So,
really appreciate that.
At the moment, when people design car parks, there's significant effort put into the ventilation of these areas, and with significant cost as well. If the car park they built, they took the mechanical ventilation out and replaced it with charging, you'd probably find that it's equivalent cost anyway. So that sort of thing is probably going to have to be design considerations that in Australia at the moment, our Australian standards don't have any consideration of those sorts of things, and there's requirements for these ventilation rules. So I think there needs to be changes in those as well to allow for these sorts of innovative, future thinking developments to happen.
It's so frustrating, Russell. There was a gentleman from, I forget the exact title, but it was, for lack of a better term, the Car Park Owners Association or Builders Association or something like the Car Park Owners Association, and he was on Nadia Mitsopoulos' morning show on radio, and basically said that this was in response to prior to the election, the ALP had promised a electric funding for car chargers across the Nullarbor, and he said, well, you know, government's getting involved with funding for EV charging stations it's going to be a little bit like the Pink Bats scheme and other schemes that went badly wrong. Government shouldn't be involved in promoting EVs or EV charging. EVs are a big problem. For instance, he goes that they weigh a lot more than conventional cars, and we've got problems with the cars being overweight in our car parks, and they're not designed to carry the extra weight of EVs. He then said we've got sprinkler systems that are only designed to put out petrol fires, and that an EV fire doesn't go out for 3 days. And how does our system cope with that? And this was a spokesman or spokesperson for the effectively whatever it was called, the Car Parking Owners Association of Australia, and they were in a conference in Adelaide.
You know what that reminds me of, Harold? That's like when when the first cars came into Australia around the turn of the century, and our streets were filled with horse crap, and there was flies everywhere and stunk. And most sort of reasonable people could see the shift to cars, but I was going to say the farriers, but it wasn't them. It was the Nayless Horseshoe Association or something along those lines. In their meeting, they said, we don't see these horseless carriages as being a threat at all. In fact, we see an increase in horses as if though there was no threat at all. And the primary reason is that no one is going to buy the cars because they scare the horses. That was the main reason. You won't buy a car because it's got to scare the horses.
Don't forget that originally there was legislation. I think it was still in the West Australian books up to a couple of decades ago, possibly a little bit less, that technically stated that every horseless carriage, when it passed through an intersection, required a man to be in front of the said horseless carriage holding a red warning flag as it passed through the intersection. You know,
that was everywhere, wasn't it? Not just an intersection, I think. I think they had to have the guy walking up with the red flag all the time.
Possible. I'll tell you what, that guy would be pretty
job,
fair.
was it, Peter?
That's
Well, he'd either be fit or run over, one or the other.
Dearie me. Yeah, there you go. But that's but Russell Bell, that's the thing, isn't it? It's there's that resistance to change, but there's also the opportunity. You know, you can take out all of that stupid, all the carbon monoxide sensors, all the air handling units, and that ductwork is hard to put because, you know, car parks you want to have fairly low, like lots of stacks, and you just can't do that if you've got to provide heaps of ventilation, or unless you have a skinny building or a small building. But if it's anything substantial, it's just
a big part of my job is like design coordination, and we try to manage services and manipulate services for, like, you know, plumbing and mechanical and whatnot. And the sheer volume of space that these mechanical systems take up adds significant cost to the building, and sometimes it affects the actual ability for the building to be approved from council, because it doesn't meet height restrictions and things like that, because they have to keep making it bigger and bigger to fit everything in. So having lower basement effective areas, having the same amount of area but lesser effective area, might mean they can actually potentially build another floor on top and make more money from the whole building because they've lost a lot of space below.
Oh, look, the advantages are huge to EVs. You know, it's just. But
Well,
you know,
the
it doesn't
freeways
actually
are another example. the Graham Farmer Freeway is a classic with all the ventilation and fans and that's quite dramatic, and that's a relatively small one. So some of the bigger ones are massive.
Yes. Yeah, and the thing is, if they get it wrong, it can be fatal. There was that Austrian tunnel where you got that chimney effect, and if people were on the unlucky wrong side, which is uphill, the chimney effect, they just all died because the flames just got them all.
When that tunnel first opened, I remember I did I think it was like a HBF run or something, and actually went through the tunnel. It was like the first, before they opened to traffic, you're allowed to run through it.
Yes.
Yep. And the noise of those fans when you're running through there, flipping heck, it was just people. There wasn't even cars. They were humongous things. They made so much noise. They just must move so much air just to pull all the toxic air out, essentially, isn't it?
Well, it's all the exhaust. It's the carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, all that stuff that EVs literally don't emit and can't emit. And that's the same as that. What's that school program? Idle Off. I think it's called Idle Off.
The one
where mums and dads, primarily mums, are in. I was going to say Toorak tractors, but basically 4-wheel drives, idling in summer, waiting for their kids at the pickup. And, there's a whole line of them with their air cons blaring, with their engines running, and their kids are being marinated in PN 2.5s and 10s and whatever. Sorry, PM. And it's killing them, literally.
And they've proven that it has an effect on learning. It slows the learning progress.
And an increase in asthma.
Of course, yeah. And because the exhausts are roughly the same height as some of those kids, so they get
I've been actually consciously putting my kid on my shoulders when I walk through car.
Yeah, right.
Because my theory is the higher I get off the ground, the more chance the air's been ventilated at a higher level. I don't know if that's the right thing to go, but it just seems like the air lower down would be worse than the air higher up. I know it's only small things, but like Pete said, there's cognitive issues, and even to the point where children that went or lived near major main roads had a far greater, I don't know the exact numbers, so I won't quote it, I used to know it, chance of actually having these learning difficulties or like asthma or some other neurological issue that was less likely to happen to people who grew up in a lesser trafficked area.
Have you noticed that every council vehicle at lunchtime has the motor full time? We live near the river, and every council truck, whether it's the big truck or the utes, they run non-stop. If they're morning tea, the truck's running. If it's lunch, the truck's running, and that's summer or winter.
Those traffic management utes that they just sit there monitoring the witches' hats because they put them out, and that car sits there on idle all day.
Yep.
There's two trucks. There's two trucks outside of my work in what's it called? Fucking Tonkina Highway estate, the new estate they're building. And there's two trucks that park up every day at about 11:30 for just over 2 hours. One's a toll IPEC and the other one's a FedEx truck. And the driver basically just gets a bit of material and he covers his side of the windscreen, and the truck's running all day long. Air conditioning's on or heater's on. The whole time the driver's just sleeping in the back or laying down, and trucks are running every day from that time. 11, you can set your watch by it.
It's become common practice.
Yeah, and they just leave the engine running the whole time. You just see diesel burning up. Like, yeah, great.
So something that kind of ruined the beach experience here during the summer was like beautiful day, South Beach here in South Rio. Go down there. There's boats off the, just moored, just off the beach, and all I could smell was the fucking gensets that they had on there, just bathing everyone on the beach in diesel and petrol fumes. It's like, this is crap. I think when you go EV, you just suddenly you become more sensitive to it. Because I found that riding the bike, man, I'm now like, I know what a vehicle is going to smell like before I even pull up behind it. And I think what's even more scary is that I'm getting used to it. Because it doesn't take long to get back into that. You just, think you get back to being normal again.
I went to the service centre, it was last year sometime, and I went to I think it's the Puma that's across the road on Main Street.
Oh, yeah, I remember you saying this, yeah.
Just to get a Diet Coke. And, oh man, the fumes of just the petrol fumes coming out of the nozzles as they're filling up the tanks, because you've got to displace, fumes. And I must admit, and I'm not exaggerating, I actually felt a bit sick. Like I never felt that in the old days,
Yeah.
and it literally affected me, fairly badly, to the point where
I can
went,
tell
"Oh."
you still see like you're
Yeah,
affected now,
mentally,
Harold.
you can see mentally there's you're scarred, and you got your head a little bit to one side, Harold, like you're trying to pour, trying to
stroke,
get
it's
another couple of drops in,
Can I ask another question? So
Yes, Russell.
Now that we're expecting 2 cars in the garage, not one electric car, I was
Is there going
wondering.
to be room, Russell, for the props?
Oh, that's the workshop. That's fine.
Oh, okay. So there's still room for the.
Yeah, there's still room. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Can I run another wall connector in series?
Yeah,
No, not in series, in parallel.
Parallel.
Sorry, yeah, in parallel. Okay.
Yes. So
does that mean it needs its own breaker? I can't just run
No.
half load across both of them, or
No.
No. So, now
Good over,
I'm
so
going
I'll-
to preface.
I'll-
I'm going to preface this with,
The following segment is general in nature.
but
maybe turn off the call.
HPW. I presume, Russell, you've got a generation 2. You've got a silver HPWC.
I got generation 3.
Oh, the white one.
You full wanker. Had
You
3.
got the new one. You got the new
You're the
generation 3
full
one.
wanker.
Okay, so
Oh,
hang on, Jared.
oh.
Hang on. So so you can get another one.
Hang on, I better make sure. I thought it was 3. Maybe it's 2.
Well, no,
Oh,
Russell,
that's
what color?
better.
No, Russell, what color is it? Is it
White.
white or silver?
Yeah.
It's white,
It's-
isn't it?
No,
Yeah,
well, I
that's
don't know.
great.
You've got it. You own it. What color is
Hang
it?
on, I'm going to find out. Give us a
Yeah,
second.
go and
It's in
have,
the
go and have a
garage.
look. Okay.
Take us with you, Russell. We'll see the props.
No,
I have
take too long to
I have
start.
I have a related
Okay.
question, Harold. While he's doing that,
Go,
can
Richard.
I run? Can I get a Sparky to put another breaker in my gateway and then run another Tesla, one of my Tesla? I think it's maybe a Gen 2 destination charger, or or does it have to be a new circuit from the switchboard?
I would say it'd be it'd have to be a new circuit myself.
No, so
It's isolator.
on your for your Powerwall, Richard, does the Powerwall back up the whole house?
Yes.
Okay,
Does.
so
Are you on single
the
phase?
thing is,
Yeah,
are you-
It's on single phase.
you're single phase. Okay, so I guess the correct answer is you could just get your electrician to put it onto your switchboard, not your switchboard, your subboard, where all your circuit breakers are, or your house loads, and just put another circuit breaker and run another thing.
Okay.
The only thing is
Problem with
that
that
if
is
you're
that is a
charging a
very
car
lot-
and so I was just going to say, if you're charging a car and the power goes out, it'll probably take out your car, or the other car will take out your Powerwall, because it won't be able to supply more than 7 point whatever kilowatts peak for a short time. So I guess the safest thing is to get the electrician to basically put that circuit breaker in front of your Powerwall gateway effectively. In fact, I think the gateway actually has 2 setups. It's got the grid coming in, and then it's got backed up circuits, or an output for the backed up circuits,
Correct.
and possibly a bypass for non-backed up, which is just the same as the grid. So
Correct.
your secondary charger, which is unimportant. In fact, I dare say that both your car chargers. Oh well, you've got your different charger, but if you buy a Tesla charger or HPWC, just put it on the grid side that is not touched by the power wall, because if the power goes out, you're not going to be charging your car because
I know what you're saying. It's just that so the power the meter is like in that corner of the house.
Yes.
The switchboard is actually in the stairs down to the basement.
Yes.
And the gateway is there, and that's where I want to put the
the
charger.
But the thing is, Richard, at that gateway, right, where that, let me just spotlight you for a moment.
I just ask Richard a question first before that. Hey, Richard, whereabouts did the bomb land when it went off?
Everywhere.
So Richard, what you'll see is in this gateway, which is in the upper right-hand corner of the smaller rectangle. Basically, from your meter, I presume your meter box has a main switch. So from that main switch would probably go straight to this gateway.
No, what it does is it goes from that meter box
to
that
the subboard. Yes.
Back to here.
And then back to the
it goes all the way back there, and then that goes out to the house.
Okay. Now I dare say the electrician would have actually had at your subboard, if you want to call it that, there will be the grid side. There'll be a grid connection or grid available at that subboard, and you just get him to put a circuit breaker off that, and that way it bypasses the gateway. So it will never draw power from the gateway if there's no grid.
True, but because the thing, the problem is,
and then the answer to the question is, what's going to happen is, and I think this is by necessity, is you can see the conduits. There's 3 on the left and whatever. So the electrician needs to run a cable from your subboard, which is to the right of your image. If you pan right, down to the back of the house, more right as. There,
like,
where you were pointing the finger. It needs to run a cable from there. Back to your garage.
Because the reason why, because there's loads of spare fuses, and the reason I'm not walking over there is because the Wi-Fi is terrible once I get into the garage, and it'll probably cut out.
No, that's cool.
But in that gateway, there's a 25 amp circuit breaker for the inverter. There's a 10 amp circuit breaker for the energy meter, and there's a is it 32 amp for the power wall? Can't remember now. So if I did get him to put a fuse breaker in there and literally just put it there, you're saying that would then run off the power wall if there was in the event of a grid outage.
Also, or if he connected to the grid side, the problem is that effectively the power wall is like a subboard, and it depends on what size the circuit breaker is feeding, if you want to call it that, feeding the power wall and the rest of the house. So look, the electrician can sort it out, but it'll be up to, I'm not familiar with AS 3000 as far as all the design rules.
I'm going to go over here. I'm going to risk it.
Yeah, that's cool.
So there's the power wall, which is 32 amp, the inverter, which is 25, and the energy meter, which is 10. So, because you see what I mean, like there's loads of space here, but you're saying.
So this is from the grid, is it? So this is not, and then the power wall feeds back to your subboard or your main board to all your loads. So you're implying, what does that say underneath? Main switch.
Oh, power wall AC main switch.
Yep.
Inverter and energy meter.
So, but the inverter's on the grid side, isn't it? It's not. Oh no, it does.
Yes.
Well, in that case, maybe effectively this gateway is being used as like a subboard. So maybe you can just put a breaker there and feed your charger, single phase. Yeah, that might.
But would it be limited to?
No, it's limited to the cable diameter. It's limited to whatever cable comes into this to the power wall, and whatever isolator switch is at the meter board.
But say like now, like the power wall is actually charging up off the grid, so it's got power for the morning. So obviously, I don't want to draw that power plus.
Exactly.
max it out for the Powerwall plus whatever. No, the inverter. Oh
no, the inverter's generating. The inverter pushes it the other way.
No, it's not though, because at the moment it's charging the bike because it's through there.
Right. Yeah, true. Yeah.
And the energy meter. So it's basically putting
forget
another.
the energy meter. The energy meter is just
energy
to
meter is
provide.
nothing, so.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah, that's
But
barely
the electrician will
not
have
even
to
an
sort
amp.
that out. They'll have to work out. They will have to work out what the cable diameter is, and there'll be an isolator switch or a circuit breaker feeding this Powerwall from effectively from the grid. So which is probably a 63 amp breaker.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is, but yeah, that actually I do think it is 63.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll check in a minute. But
yeah, so
sorry, Russ.
The electrician will sort that out.
But even if it's just a slow charge, because I found that now I want to charge. Sometimes I need to charge the bike and the car at the same time, and I can plug the bike into the wall socket, but I don't really want to do that.
Well, to loop you back to Russell's question, in Russell's case, he's got basically a HPWC.
Generation 3.
Oh, it's Gen 3, cool. So you can then daisy chain it.
Oh, Gen 3.
So you can daisy chain it to another one, and if there's a single car connected to either unit, it'll draw the maximum that the one unit could draw in any case. But if there are two cars, it will, again, the combination of the two won't draw more than the single unit would.
Yeah.
It just splits it. I think it's fairly intelligently, presuming they're Teslas, it'll split the current flow so that both cars will finish charging at the same time, regardless of their charge level.
That means I can just run off the back of that one, another cable through the garage roof, down the wall to the other side of the garage.
Yes, you loop it across, but I think under Australian design rules or wiring rules, frustratingly, I think they require another circuit breaker to be fitted to the second unit.
What, just before it gets to it? Just like a small subboard thing?
I think every EVSE needs its own effectively RCD and circuit breaker, even if they're daisy chained. But the point is,
so do you mean between the first one and the second one, there has to be another RCD and it's like a combo, like a RCPO thing in line between the first and the second?
No. Every let me try and get paint. If I can get paint up.
So you're saying even though the Gen 3s can all talk to each other, they each need an individual RCBO and wiring. Yeah, right.
So if you've undo. Okay, so if you've got HPWC and a HPWC, I think you need an RCBO here and you need an RCBO here, and then you have mains going like that and like that. Right. So unfortunately, whereas in America, all you would need is an RCBO here, and then you just go straight across to this one.
Yeah.
But under Australian rules, each head needs its own RCBO, and that means residual. It's an RCD, so it's a earth leakage plus a circuit breaker for each head. Even though, let's call this. Are you single phase or three phase, Russell?
3.
Oh, okay. So I'll just undo that. It's let's call it 16 amps, 3 phase.
Yeah.
3P. So that would have to be. You'd have to ask the electrician under the.
No, because at the moment I've got in my actual main switchboard of my house, I've got that RCBO in there.
Yes. So if you got everything to the left. So this setup here to the left, and you don't have this.
Yeah,
Let's
but I
just
mean,
cross it out.
but if you're saying you do that, then why can't both of them just run 16 amp 3-phase together at the same time?
See, so you can't do. Well, no, because you only got 16, unless you got 32. No, you can't have 32 on a 3-phase house.
No. So, but yeah, but if I just like, what benefit am I getting by wiring them together? Why don't I just like go back to the board with them both and then just have two separate?
Because the benefit is, let's just say you've got a circuit breaker that's got 16 amps 3-phase, and you've got a 16 amp 3-phase circuit breaker and RCD. If only one car is connected, you get 11 kilowatts coming out of this nozzle and nothing out of this one. If a car is connected to this one and not this one, you'll get 11 kilowatts out of this one and nothing out of this one. And if both cars are connected, you'll get 5.5 out of each. Yeah. And it shares.
But you said you can't do that though.
No, I think what you need to do electrically wise is forget all of this.
Yeah.
And you need to basically have a separate RCD and circuit breaker for each separate.
Yeah, so my
EVs.
point is, why don't I just run back to the board with both of them and then have both running at 16 amp 3-phase?
Yes, and you can do that, and then your electrician will be compelled to fit a 32 amp 3-phase RCD. Sorry, circuit breaker as your main switch.
Yeah, well, that's all right. That's fine.
Yeah, so you could do that.
Yeah, that makes much more sense.
Now,
you don't really save any
you would
money.
still and then you would still daisy chain the two units together.
Yeah.
So that regardless of what was connected to either of them or both of them, they would, in combination, not draw more than half your allocation, which is 16 amps 3-phase.
Yeah,
you could do that. Yeah,
because I mean, if you go on the effort to put it in, you may as well go proper because you're not really saving any money or time by not.
This diagram is exactly what I'm describing. I mean, let's just call this the meter box. Oops, sorry. Let's just call that the meter box. If that's the meter box, then that's it. That's job done. So the meter box, you got one RCD there and circuit breaker and another one here. But then you just communication-wise, you just daisy chain across, and or it might do it in the Wi-Fi. I'm not exactly certain whether it can do that.
Yeah, okay.
Without having the link.
On my system, I've got is Huawei, the inverter and battery and everything. And I know with Powerwalls, they've got that software where it automatically charges the battery at night if there's cheaper power and stuff like that. The Huawei system hasn't got that at the moment. But recently they announced that they're going to have this software called Emma, which is their equivalent of smart powering. And as part of the system, they're also releasing a wall charger that you can use in combination with it. So you can essentially use it in the same way where you can trickle charge from the solar directly to your car rather than trying to overdraw the amount you're producing or pull power from the grid. So I'm thinking what I might actually do is wait for that to land, because if I've got a Huawei system and I put that in there, it's going to make an overall benefit rather than putting another Tesla one in.
Depending on cost, Russell. And then
I think that software itself, having the software that lets me.
Have you got a Huawei charger?
No, they haven't released them yet. They're not available till the end of the year.
Right, so you got to find out how much it costs. If it costs,
but even just the software itself, being able to make it smart so it pulls power down at night and charges the battery at night, rather if there's no sun during the day. So for instance, today I only generated, I don't know, fuck all probably, bear with me.
Yeah. So what you're saying is if you go on the smart power tariff, which is
I'm not going on the smart power tariff. At the moment we're on the EV tariff, right?
Yes.
So we get 30% off between 11 and 4.
Yep.
So I only produced 12 kilowatt hours of power today from the solar.
Yep.
My battery is 15. So, I mean, it didn't even have enough to fill my battery up. And my house used 12 or whatever.
Yep.
So if I had the that power system like the Powerwalls have, I could charge my battery to 75% potentially overnight and use that amount of power to run during the day at 30% off power.
Yes, but if you were doing that, why not go to the smart power tariff, and you get 15 cents a unit, albeit between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. And then you only get ripped off 50 cents a unit between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m.
Yeah,
So that
and the
might be
problem I
even better.
had, I looked at that before, is that our air conditioning system is so large that it would use more than 15 kilowatts of power.
Yeah.
So Russell, then you need to go small, mate, and you need to get
That's it.
individual splits in every room, because as your kids grow older, they will stay in their room with their door closed, and the ducted aircon won't work properly anyway. And it's a lot cheaper to cool or heat one room at a time than it is the entire house. And it doesn't matter how you zone a ducted aircon system, the return air always vicariously flows through the whole house and heats or cools the whole house. So the best way is to get
It's just not practical at my house. It's just not practical. The house is too big to have that many splits. It's ridiculous. I need like about 20 of the fucking things.
That's not true. I'm selling a rather large house, and I know because I've painted it and my back's still paying for it. And I put 6 or 7 splits in.
Where do you fit all the inverters for them?
On the
On
roof.
the outside. No, I did it on the outside.
Can you run all the splits back to a single inverter?
No, you wouldn't. No, you don't. No, you just get small splitties. I can't remember the brand. I got Kelvinator. Actually, Richard Chapman's bought the same ones, and they're Wi-Fi connected, so you can turn them on and off, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And I bought like 6 or 7 of them for this house, and they work really well. They're only small, 1.5 kilowatt, I think 700. No,
Yeah,
you got
okay.
Dakin there, Jared. No, I got Kelvinator.
And they are much better than Kelvinator. They can.
Yeah, well, that's possible,
Yeah.
but these were.
They
these
are.
were cheap.
These are.
Yeah, because
But,
my main
They can
inverter is I got a 15 kilowatt like compressor.
Yeah.
What are they called?
That's 15 kilowatt output, or is it 15 kilowatt power going into it? No, it must be output.
You'd be close to
It
output.
says
must be
cooling.
output.
It's like cooling 15 kilowatt.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
output then.
That's
yeah,
output.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those ones with the fans on top.
Yeah. I got the same.
Yeah. But trust me, Russell, the problem is it's like, even if it's a modern one and it's very efficient, in other words, it's got a very high coefficient of performance.
Yeah.
The biggest issue with a whole of house ducted system, as awesome as it is and as quiet as it is it's dragging no matter how you zone
Yeah,
it.
no, yes, yeah.
Air is dragging through the whole house regardless.
Yeah.
So it's dragging past areas that you're not using, and therefore heating or cooling them vicariously.
So
Yeah,
Russ,
don't worry
And
about
you know what's worse is if a kid closes their door and you haven't got a door vent or some other way of relieving the pressure. Sometimes they may, if they crack a window open, the return air on a summer's day goes out the window, comes through your ceiling fan, your ventilation fans in your bathrooms and whatever. So it basically substitutes, let's call
gross.
it 25-degree air, pushes it outside the house, sucks in 35-degree air or 40-degree air from the outside world through your toilet ceiling fan, or your bathroom fans and all that, because all of these fans are big openings to the outside world, and recirculates air that way. So there's a lot of pitfalls with big ducted systems.
So Harold, I was just doing the tires. I took your advice and got 5 of those Kelvinators, and so that means we've got 6 air cons in the house now, and then 7th one, I guess, for the air source heat pump. So they're awesome, very efficient, and it just works so great when we do have a power cut or something with the house and everything's all backed up, that they're not going to completely drain the house. They're really good.
At the max, I use 700 watts. 700 watts.
Yeah.
to
I
cool
just
the room.
don't know where I
Heat
put
a
all
room.
the
Pretty
inverters.
yeah, my actual Dakin uses less than 700 watts. So
Yeah.
I don't know where I put them all. Like I'm all for it.
It was
where do you
difficult for me
position them all?
to figure out where to put them.
Do you have that trouble, Richard, or not? We're trying to find.
Yeah, no, I did. Look, especially here in South Rio as well, like having things not visible from the house. You know, a couple of people that came around said, "Oh, you know, we'll put one up on the balcony and one at the front." And it's like, "Oh, probably just have to go without in the guest room." And I said, "I think I might have to just go without you." So, yeah, got rid of him. But yeah, it was, and I had to like get a bit smart with running basically pipe work inside in ceilings to like, I put a couple of them down like a sort of little hidden outsidey bit, like where the gas, the instant hot water gas thing used to be, and then a couple were down the side of the other side of the house. So I had to get, the point is I had to get a bit smart with where to put the pipe work to the actual outside bit and where to put the drain as well, because some of them go into some of the runoff drains, and some go into the air source heat pump overflow drain. So yeah, it wasn't easy.
And what you can do if you're at a real pinch is you can get, and I did this at work, you can get a condensate pump that pumps the water uphill.
yeah.
So sometimes you're in a central area and you just can't, you haven't got the fall to get the drainage out, the condensate out.
Yeah.
And you can actually get a little condensate pump, little water pump, basically with a little float valve that automatically every now and then it just pumps a little bit of water out.
You're always welcome to come around at whenever's convenient and have a look. And
yeah, maybe I can. I'm just down the road from you anyway.
Oh, where are you? What suburb are you in?
I'm in Belia.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So I just did a quick tally up, and I'm going to need probably between 10 and 12, I would think.
You must have a big house, Russell, but
I've got 10 zones at the moment.
Yeah, but you'll find, well, actually, what you can do, Russell, is what you can do is I would focus on the rooms you use the most. So your main bedroom, your kids' bedroom, discrete rooms that you use all the time.
Yeah.
I would put splitties in that, and then I would just simply turn the zones off and just see how you go. You don't have to have everything covered all at once. In the house I'm in now, upstairs in this study that I'm in right this moment, there are 2 rooms upstairs. I've got 2 splitties, but in the middle level, I'm just using the ducted aircon because it just does that whole level. Like that's cool.
Yeah.
And then downstairs, I've disconnected the duct because there are 3 rooms downstairs, but I'm only using 1 actually, and there are basically 2 spares. I've just put 1 splitty in our master bedroom downstairs, and we just use that 24/7, but almost all year round, and don't worry about the other 2 rooms for the time being. So don't ditch all of your ducted. Just strategically, like if you turn the zone off for your master bedroom and use a splitty, then you want to be comfortable in a hot summer's night or cold winters. Well, winter's less important, but summer's the real thing. Then you save running your big aircon, and then say in your kids' bedroom, if you just put a splitty there, then at night time your ducted's off and your splitties are on in 2 rooms, and that's for half of the day.
Okay.
And that is so efficient.
Yeah,
it's extraordinary.
So Russell, I've got a big refrigerated air conditioning system that pulls a lot of power. So in summer, what I do is I wait till the 3 batteries, the Tesla batteries, are full, which is about 12 o'clock. And then at 1 o'clock, I turn on the refrigerated aircon unit till about 5 p.m. And then when I get home at 5 p.m., I basically turn that unit off. The house is freezing cold, right? And turn that off. It's cost me nothing. I haven't put any power out to the grid. It just run that aircon. And then we have a split unit, which is a cassette unit, not one of those ones that are on the wall. It's a cassette unit that hangs in the ceiling that comes through the ceiling part. So it's a nice, clean look. And the cassette unit, which is the Daikin, with the actual head unit on the ceiling, in the roof, so you don't get any hot air in the back of the house. It actually just blows off the top of the roof. And that works perfectly. And it pulls just over 600 watts. It's nothing.
Okay.
It costs nothing to run. So I can have that running all night with the 3 batteries, powering that, and still have power the next day until it's recharged again. And then we repeat the process. rinse, repeat all summer long.
Yeah, because my system, when it's on idle, it sits at about 3,000, like 3 kilowatts, and when it's cranking, it goes to about 12 or 13.
Yeah, mine's the same. Pulls
Yeah.
too much. So that's why I use it in the daytime. But what I also did, as being smart about, was I made sure the house was heavily insulated with a product called Earthwall, which Earthwall is like much better than Bradford Bats. It's actually a really, really thick, about 150 mil thick insulation. And we doubled that in the roof. So there's 2 layers of Earthwall. So it's like a double bed inside the roof. And then that just eliminated everything. So it becomes a fridge. The house is like a fridge. So basically you walk in and it's freezing cold, and it stays like that in the summer when it's 40 degrees outside. It's really good. Earthwool is the best way to insulate your house.
Do you know, I remember doing that to a house in the UK, and I remember my mum saying that like she could actually feel like where I'd got to in the loft, like with the heat. It's incredible.
We had a guy come around and he vacuumed the roof. He spent 3 days vacuuming our roof.
Whoa.
Inside our roof and taking out all the old shit. And then they earthwalled the whole lot to a double layer. And it's only like $50 a bag, but we went through about, I don't know, 25, 30 bags. But it was worth it because it just, the difference in insulation is incredible. So the aircon helps a lot, but then, So the other aircon, we just keep that in the bedroom in summer and that just works beautifully.
Yeah.
It's so insulated, it basically just goes to idle after it's got
So
to
even
that
if I
level.
just put in one in the main bedroom and one in the kids' bedroom as a starting point, that should be enough rather than doing the whole house.
And that's the gateway drug. That'll get you going.
Yeah.
Because imagine having your splitty off all night. That saves you almost not quite half the juice, but a big slab.
You're going to pay a lot. You're going to pay a lot more for a cassette unit, nearly double the price.
But Jared, you
It's
can go by
just that.
Jared's suggestion, or just get whatever. It doesn't matter if it's a split in the ceiling or if it's a cassette or a split. It's the same difference as far as performance.
Yeah, it's
And-
just
but
it's
cost
just
is
aesthetics. It's just the look that you want. You know what that
But
box.
Jared, when your eyes are closed in your bedroom, because let's face it, most of the activity in the bedroom is nighttime. Like you're sleeping. It's a sleep. In German,
we do
it's
a lot
called
of
Schlaf-
video work in our bedroom, so we don't want a big air conditioning in the background. We want the
In
props to
German,
come
it's
in.
called a Schlafzimmer, which means it's
Yeah.
a sleeping room. So
Actually,
it's a bedroom.
I thought it was a system.
Hey, speaking of Schlafzimmers and bedrooms, it's about 11:15.
Speaking of stuffing.
Oh, yeah, can I make a
Yes.
suggestion, Harold? Is
Go.
it possible? I don't know if this has been spoken before or not, or it's a committee decision. Can we start these like half hour earlier? And then, or is that not a thing?
Oh, well, to be perfectly honest, that's up to the person that hosts it, which is kind of yours truly. We could. Yeah, we could.
What we'll do a test run.
I guess that's on the basis of if we start half an hour early, we might finish half an hour earlier, but that's that's not going to happen, Russell, because seriously, we could talk for another 2 hours. My only issue is that at 5 a.m. I've got to be in my car on the way to Norseman, and I haven't even packed yet, which is a bit of an issue because it's already 11:15, so we've got to go soon.
Packing
Pete
fudge
Pete needs his beauty sleep. I need my driving sleep. Although I have got a 3-hour wait at Meriden while I'm recharging my car.
Richard's got his pussy out.
Always. Are
Sorry,
those
Jared?
chargers?
Richard's got his pussy.
Don't listen to him. Are those chargers working now at the visitor centre? Is that what you're intending to charge?
I think so, but if they're not, I'll just use the Type 2 at the rec centre. And then I've got to charge at Southern Cross. And then I have to frustratingly charge at the Cora Retreat. So I can make it
How many
all
hours
the way
of
to
driving
Norseman.
doing tomorrow? Harold?
Sorry?
How many hours are you driving tomorrow?
Most of the daylight hours, probably, if not all of the daylight hours. I'll probably go from night to night. Like it'll be
By yourself? You going by yourself?
Oh yeah. Well, who's going to come with me, Jared? Come on.
Pete will go with you.
Cora's
Pete's doing
awesome.
nothing tomorrow. You can...
Not even.
Is
Not
that
even
couple
Pete's.
still?
Next time you go, Harold, let me know and I'll see him get some time off and I'll go with you.
Yeah, cool.
Is that couple still running the Cora Retreat? Like
I believe so. Yes, I believe. I've never been there, to be honest. So it'll be my
they're
first time
amazing.
tomorrow.
When my cousin and his partner and their one kid at the time, like when they came here and we did a trip to Cal, like we stopped there and man, they were so nice. Like, you know, he took us on a whole tour of the property and where all the old water catchments for the old steam trains used to go. And yeah, he was brilliant. What a character.
Cool.
Where are you staying tomorrow night?
Norseman.
What are the
And then-
Country Comfort or the?
At the caravan park in a donga, basically, and then it's a day trip on Friday out to Kaiguna, swap the charges over, and then drive back to Norseman the same day, overnight at Norseman to recharge. And
Is someone meeting you at Kaiguna to help you swap over?
Yeah, the people that are there. Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah. Oh, there's no one. Yeah, there's no.
John
I'm
Edwards
it.
isn't going or anything.
No. I'm it. I'm the loader and unloader. So I'll be doing the loading and unloading, and since this has been recorded, I'm sure there'll be an electrician that'll be doing the connections and deconnections, an approved electrician on site, and then I'll be going back home. So and then I'll be going back obviously to Norseman and overnight, and then on Saturday I'll drive back to Perth. So that's a 2,100 or 2,200k return trip with that charger on the back of the car the whole way.
That's nuts.
So there you go. So I think on that note, it's probably a good time to end it now because we need our beauty.
One very quick note.
Oh, yeah,
before
go,
we
Pete. Yeah, it's all good.
Just wanted to say that what happened on Friday, which was the Model Y reservations page opening, is we've got no idea what's just happened on Friday. We'll find all this out in a year or two, but and everyone will say, "Oh my God, this has all happened overnight." The politicians got no idea what's happening. The grid's not ready for it. We're not ready for it. We'll be all running around like headless chooks in a year trying to accommodate this demand. It's absolutely incredible what's about to happen. And on Friday we all made history when we ordered our Model Ys. We're all part of history.
Can I just ask a question to you, Pete? What's your thoughts right now with the fucking stock market, like where things are going? This is exciting having the Model Y, but the vibe that I'm getting is like the world's about to fucking close down next week. So,
best time to buy is when Wall Street is swimming in blood. So,
okay,
that's when. If all you ever did is, and you better press that button, Harold. But if all you ever did was just look at the papers, and when the first story on the news is about what happened on the stock market and how many billions of dollars were wiped off, then we're close to capitulation. So, you look at Bitcoin's down like 70% from its peak. The Aussie stock market is down 12%. So we're not far off from capitulation, but that's the best time to buy. Everything moves in cycles. We're probably in the middle of a recession now already. You never know when you're in a recession because you only find out in retrospect. We're probably in recession already while the reserve banks and central banks around the world are slamming on the brakes, which is,
but demand is
behind the curve.
But demand is still out of control.
No. If you have a look at like shipping container prices, wheat prices, whatever it was, there's like quite a few key commodities that have already turned, that have already peaked. And you look at the real estate prices around Australia. Sydney had its first, negative print last month, as did some of the other capitals around Australia. So, the central banks are, trying to chase after inflation, but look, and whatever pullback we have, it's either going to, this is my opinion, and that's all it is, it's either going to be short-lived or shallow. And it's not going to, or both, but it's not going to be deep and long-lived. It's not going to be a GFC style event or anything like that. We'll get one of those in about 5 or 6 years' time, but at the moment we'll just have a fairly standard vanilla recession, and we'll be back to the races in a year's time.
And the recession is a supply recession, not a demand recession. So it's sort of a lack of supply, lack of ability to supply, than it is a lack of actual demand. And Pete, what was the famous quote that Warren Buffett would say about the stock market to do with when to buy and sell, or when he likes to buy and sell?
Oh, well, you get greedy when others are fearful, and you get fearful when others are greedy. So,
yep,
yeah, and
Tesla. I mean, look at Tesla's projection. I mean, they cannot make enough. Every single car they make is sold several times over. So it wouldn't, well, we're all old enough to have experienced the recession we had to have, which was our last proper recession in 91 or 2, something like that. But did everyone go broke? No. Lots of businesses survived, and rightly so. And the ones that went broke, many of those ought to have gone broke anyway, because they weren't structurally, buoyant.
Sound.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember that, because then there was the time that AC/DC tickets went on sale when the GFC went through, and we were going through a recession. And on that day, they sold $76 million in tickets in one day across
There
Australia.
you go.
So we're supposed to be in a massive recession, and tickets went on sale. I did that.
Well, at that time, if you bought tobacco and alcohol shares, you would have done all right, because in recessions, those products always do well. But so will Tesla. And the thing is, the Tesla share price is a bit shitty. But if you're not levered, if you've got whole shares, it's not fantastic. But in 3 years' time, you're not going to care. And when Tesla is... Go, Pete.
Go on, Harold.
I was going to say, and when Tesla is accumulating so much cash, it literally can't think of what to do with it next, which Elon Musk would famously say is a failure of a company, to pay dividends, because it means they literally don't know what to do with the money. But Tesla, and this is not, well, this is my opinion, but it's almost, I'd almost call it a fact. They are going to have so much cash, they will literally not know what to do with it. And they'll just have to buy back shares or return it to their shareholders one way or another.
This quarter will have a $500 million impairment charge due to Bitcoin, but
yes.
But even so, what will happen is in 3 years' time, people will be looking back at the 12 months, that the period that we're in now, and maybe over the 6 months, over the next 6 to 12 months, when the rest of the market's gone away, and people will be looking at Tesla and thinking, this is the first time that you have a stock that is a big growth stock. It's a high multiple stock. It's a high beta stock. It goes through the roof when the market's doing well. But it's got that coupled with the defensive characteristic of a utility play or a supermarket or a liquor store during recessionary times. And then you're like, what sort of a multiple do you apply to that stock? I mean, it's going to blow people's minds.
Exactly, because
not advice, just opinion.
When petrol prices are going through the roof, you'd normally think no one would be buying cars. But what's the one car everyone wants to buy? An electric car. Who makes the best electric car in the world? Tesla.
Polestar.
It's counter-cyclical, or I don't know what you call it. It's just a unique...
Kia.
Even with that statement being so powerful, Harold, it's still quite short-sighted just to think of the vehicles as well in the scheme of things, right?
Yes. Well, WA is committed in the next 10 years to put 2,000 megawatt hours of battery storage, and that's got nothing to do with cars.
Yeah.
Speaking of cars, don't forget, there was that story that Harold had in the news about possibly FSD beta coming to Australia, this side of Christmas, maybe, Q1 or what have you. I mean, that's going to be a huge, can you imagine? So you've got this huge demand for these cars, it's unprecedented that a car hits a market. I was trying to look through the history of the Australian automotive sector. Like I looked at when the VW Beetle, which was the world's best-selling car, like when that came into Australia, but it was never the best-selling car in Australia. So, then there was the Ford and Holden rivalry for 20 odd years, and, when Hyundai came in and Toyota, but there's nothing in the Australian market that you can compare Friday to. And no one, it wasn't covered in any of the news. No one, there might be a local Western Australian newspaper with a story on Saturday, but apart from
that's a scoop. Now that is a reward for those. I was going to say wise YouTubers or YouTube watchers that watch us to the very end. There's the nugget right there.
But yeah, it's no one's got any idea as to what's happening. I did a presentation with helped out John Edwards, and I showed where ICE vehicles peaked in 2017, and what's happening is the ICE volumes are going down, and the reason why they're going down is people are so in Australia there was a Ernst & Young survey of 13,000 people that said in Australia 38% of people have indicated that are already in the market for a car, that they're not going to buy a petrol car, they're going to wait for an EV until an EV comes. They're basically waiting for the Model Y. And globally, it's about 50%. I mean, so you've got EVs going up exponentially, and you've got ICE sales doing the reverse of that. So going down exponentially. So you've got, I mean, it's going to happen so quick. It's in 3 years' time, 1 in every 2 new cars sold will be EVs globally.
Yep.
I'm interested to see.
want a dual cab
I'm
unit.
interested to see where battery cars are at in September, and the orders that are placed in September when the fuel excise is cut back to where it was supposed to be, and petrol prices hit $3 a litre, and you can just see people finally going, "Fuck, I got to buy a battery car."
It's already the equivalent of like $3.50 a litre in the UK, and people still drive. Like it's.
Yeah, but in Australia they're different. People whinge more about the petrol prices, and when it blows
Are you
up,
saying we whinge more than the POMs?
yeah,
I know.
when it comes to petrol, we whinge 10 times
the
more
amount
than
of
the POMs.
whinging I've heard in this country from people. It's too hot. What's too hot? What are you talking about?
Hey,
Lovely.
you know how you just said then about the demand and stuff? I'm completely on board with all that, and definitely I've been speaking the same message. The one thing that I find difficult to substantiate or justify to people, they say, well, how come I ordered my RAV4 hybrid a year ago and I still haven't got it yet? There's thousands of people waiting for these sorts of cars. Like, how come?
Yeah, but that's a very good point, and I've heard that numerous times as well, even during that presentation. The answer is, so there's 2 reasons why you have a 1-year delivery time frame for your ICE car versus your Tesla. The reason why it's a 1-year delivery time frame for your ICE car is because it's not because of huge demand. Demand is less than it was last year and the year before and the year before that, but the supply just isn't there because, one semiconductor chip is out and the whole factory is closed. Tesla, which uses 20 times as many semiconductors as that ICE car, has managed to make it work. And so you look at the ICE cars, you can see the supply dwindling and the time frames getting longer. You look at Tesla, the supply has doubled, and the time and the models have doubled, the range has doubled, and the time frame is moving out. So, one is just a supply shock, the other one is a demand shock.
Yeah, because Tesla is vertically integrated, and they've actually literally changed so many microcontrollers and reprogrammed them and produced new motherboards for all their submodules themselves, and they can do that. Whereas all of the other car manufacturers are really component assemblers, and they get it from the tier one suppliers. And the tier one suppliers go, well, we can't get the blah, blah, blah chip or the whatever. And I'm sorry, we can't supply. But Tesla says, well, that's not good enough. Let's use something else. And they'll
So the
redesign
Toyota
a
factory,
circuit
for
board.
example, so people, they're not able to produce as many cars as they want. So because there's a delay to get them, if they could produce more, they would, but they can't get the right materials as one. But I guess what you're saying is, from the demand side, people are unwilling to wait that period of time, so they're not placing orders. So the total volume is also going down.
People are still ordering other cars though. They're not stopping. I mean, the
Yes,
list
but I believe that
have a look at the Fremantle port every day and see all the different kind of cars that are coming in.
yeah, but what's going to unlock, like I said, what we've witnessed, and unfortunately Tesla frustratingly don't put, unlike every other car maker who would treat this as a great news story and spruik that, on the first hour we got X thousand, the second hour we got this. Tesla won't say that officially or at all. Whatever figures you get, you've got to infer from reservation numbers and all that sort of stuff. But I think the real next wave will be when people can see that a Tesla is in sight. In other words, in the next 3 months, 6 months, it's going to be the biggest car in Australia, if not this year, or perhaps this year on a run rate basis, but certainly next year. I think there's no doubt that the Model Y will be Australia's biggest selling car. And if it's not, it'll be so close it's not funny.
And you know how bullish I am, and I thought this would happen in 3 to 5 years' time. I'm now thinking this is going to happen next year.
Yep.
This is absolutely blowing my mind.
The only thing I'd hate to disagree, because I think that the battery side of things, that Tesla will be number one. But I don't think that they'll override the petrol car yet, because there's so many anti-vaxxers out there that drive petrol cars. And I'm telling you, I experience it. I speak to people and say, mate, you need to do this.
But Jared, here's a classic example. I'm selling a house. Obviously, I've engaged a real estate agent, and this agent's engaged a photographer to take photos and whatever. Mm-hmm. And I jokingly, they look at my car, they go, oh yeah, nice car. And I said, you know what? You should go and book yourself a test drive and have a go. And I said, be warned, when you take it for a drive, you're going to buy it.
Yeah.
So this random or pseudo-random real estate agent, last Saturday, drove a Model 3 for a test drive and ordered a Model Y. Yeah. The photographer, I don't know from Adam, I met this guy once.
I'm not disputing.
And hang on, Jared. And this guy then booked the test drive last Saturday and ordered a Model 3. These are two people that never thought of buying a Tesla until they saw me at random.
Absolutely.
And I just put this little seed that said, you know what, do yourself a favor, take it for a test drive, and they're going to take your money. And that's what happened. And these are they weren't EV curious. They weren't tech nerds. These are normal people off the street that some bald-headed guy just goes, do yourself a favor, give it a go. And bugger me, there's 2 orders that wouldn't have happened if that interaction, that 30-second interaction didn't take place. And 5 years ago, that would never have happened.
Yeah, great.
Never have happened.
I'm not disputing. I think there's a lot of drive for Tesla right now. But I still think, unfortunately, I think there's a lot of drive still for petrol cars that people still.
It's not.
It's just that older school.
No. This is the ones. Go, Pete.
The ones that are looking at the petrol cars is the ones that don't know yet. I was speaking to my wife, and one of her friends, she was telling her about Elon Musk, and she said, "Who's Elon Musk?" So there's still a portion of the population that just doesn't know, that hasn't been exposed to it. But once they make the shift. So my wife's cousin, so we see him a couple of times a year. We see him at Christmas, and I mean, he's an old school dude. He's a massive bloke. He drives these massive cranes and diggers up in Karratha, and now he's doing, running a business down south, 100% old school. You'd never think he's just order a Model Y. They've got a massive. They've always had a Cruiser, and that's what they drive, and they'll have that. But now they've ordered a Model Y as well. I mean, it's.
But yeah,
I'm not disputing that there's an element at the moment that there's going to be a lot of Model Ys, there's going to be a lot of Teslas next year. I'm not disputing that at all. But what I'm saying is there's still a very high element of people that will not drive an electric car and that will continue to buy the Toyota 300 series, which has been selling like fucking hotcakes that I've been told, and will continue to buy that. I mean, I personally will never ever buy a fucking petrol car again, ever. A diesel, anything ever again. That's my personal choice. But I'm telling you that I've spoken to a lot of people and I've said to them, look, this is the car I drive Tesla, and this is why. And they're like, yeah, I like to hear the sound, I like the motor. And there's an element of people, then I call them anti-Teslas or anti-battery cars. And there's an element of people that won't, no matter what you say to them, will not change their mind from this
it's like a
300 series. And, if petrol's $6 a litre, well, fuck it, I don't care. As long as I can do a burnout on Friday night at the fucking pub, because I can't do that in a Tesla. And I'm just saying, there's still, the battery level's getting stronger, but I still think
Jared,
that, the Toyota aren't shutting shop. The 300 series is still fucking selling shit.
But Jared, have they sat in a performance car?
I put people in my car and then the first reaction is what Pete got with that girl every time. Yeah. And people are blown away, but then they're like, then you have to explain about where to charge and how to charge, and you give them education as much as you can. But they're still like, oh, I still like the sound, and I still don't feel. They still have that range anxiety that you talk to them, and how do I charge my caravan?
So Jared, back in 2006 or 7. When every single person known to man had a Nokia mobile phone, almost every single one of them. And a couple had a Motorola, and some had an audio whatever thing. I forget what it's called.
Harold. Hang on. Before you say this, let me say one thing. You go to the Commonwealth Bank, right? And you walk into the branch and you hand your card to the girl. You tap it. She gives you cash out of an ATM machine, which is right next to her side now, right? There's still an old lady that walks in who's 80 years old, who's got the passport, and she has to put it under the UV light, which is still there on the counter, to read her signature. That's still going on today. There's still the element that is still old.
I don't mean to be rude to that old lady, Jared, but every day there's less and less of them.
Yes,
that's the point.
But even to that point, Jared,
I agree.
But Elon Musk has rightly said that today there are more horses in the world than there were at the turn of the last century. So
that's funny, hey?
So yes, there may be, that's a fact. There are more horses being used today than there were 100 years ago.
I think in Australia, the thing that is stopping it going full bottle with battery is there's no dual cab ute battery.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct.
Once there's a dual cab ute that comes with a battery.
Once the Cybertruck gets here and they can tow a caravan and they can tow a boat, it's going to change everything.
At the moment, the Hilux and stuff like that, they still sell, and people they genuinely need that type of vehicle in Australia. That's a genuine need, right?
Have you seen that Maxus T60 and T90? That looks like the most promising one to me.
I thought that other one was pretty interesting as well. Because
there's people I speak to and they want to buy an electric car. They really want to do it, but he just went off and bought a dual cab ute because there's no electric option. He had to buy. What's he going to do? Wait for 5 years till one arrives?
I can't.
Wait, Joe. Hang on, Joe. Wait, Joe. Richard's doing a point. So, go, Richard.
Right. If you look at GMC Hummer, ain't coming here. The Rivian ain't. I mean, look, these things might eventually come here. F-150 ain't coming here. Rivian might come here in many years. Cybertruck, 2025, 2026. Let's be realistic. Silverado, the thing that's going to be here first is it's either going to be from BYD or it's
Ram?
going to be from the
XPeng.
what?
The Ram,
Oh,
the
yeah,
electric Ram.
No, it's going to be BYD, it's going to be Great Wall Motors, or it's going to be LDV that's Maxus here. It's not. It's going to be a Chinese brand that no one's ever really bought before, and that's what's going to win it.
I think Richard,
And
you
that's what
don't know.
we'll be
You
getting.
don't know. Elon was already surprised by the, as he said in his tweet, by the right-hand drive demand.
No.
That might prompt him to prioritise a right-hand drive
No,
Cybertruck and maybe bring it in a year and a half earlier.
That's going to be the game. That's going to be the game changer.
Oh, but it's huge.
Well, the only
though.
thing that's
I don't
going
know
to
how
threaten
many.
the Model Y for its
but the thing is,
supremacy is
right,
going to be
if
the
it-
Cybertruck.
But hang on. Is that going to be
I think the
practical?
Hang on, Jared. Listen, we're going
I'm always getting the one told to hang on.
Let's go, Richard, and then to Jared, and then to Pete. So we'll go in a circle.
The thing is it practical? It's absolutely massive. Great for road trips. Can I pull it in and out of the garage every day? Can I park it in a parking spot at work? It's great for people that are at work and people that are going touring all the time, and people that have got somewhere to park it. But it's just something that is a dual cab U I could take to work every day, and I could chuck my dive gear in it, and it doesn't matter. But if it's too practical because it's so massive, I can't actually physically use it easily. It's just not going to work.
So Richard, what's the size comparison between what's the top selling the Navara
F250, F150.
F150. What's the price comparison between an F150 and what's Australia's most popular car? Hilux. So how much smaller is a Hilux compared to an F150? Is it a lot or is it
a lot?
I would imagine it would be a bit.
Because the Cybertruck is in the same. The Cybertruck is the same envelope as a F150.
As the F150, yes.
Yeah.
Which is still a massive truck.
Oh, okay.
Don't get me wrong. I would love to have one, but
all the tradies will go for them. They'll buy them off the shelf.
All the tradies are using these big Toyota wide vans now. The new wide vans. They're buying those.
Sure, but that's a commercial vehicle. That's yeah.
And the Cybertruck could be that commercial vehicle.
Well, it will be.
Hopefully, it will be. Yeah.
But I accept. I think BYD. I think you're right, Richard. I think BYD's got a chance to be in the Australian market much sooner than Tesla with the Cybertruck, because the Cybertruck will be. Well, let's face it. IDRA have assembled the 9,000-ton gigapress in Italy, I presume, and
there you go.
It'll take months and months
Good
before.
work, Richard. Russell.
Russell, what?
So it's the Hilux here.
Oh yeah.
In black, you're saying, or no,
blue.
in blue.
Hilux
Oh,
in blue.
gotcha. Oh, that's the Hilux. Yep, gotcha. Yep.
Wait,
is that the 150? Is it?
Great.
Yeah, 150. Yeah.
Right. Gotcha. So that's about half a meter, perhaps, roughly.
Well, it says here 5.89 versus 5.33.
Yeah, so roughly half a meter. Yeah. 56 centimeters. There you go. Plus 5.6. Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah, but it's a towing capacity of a Cybertruck. That things like that.
Oh yes, but
and the Cybertruck's going to fit in between those two.
Yes, it will. You're right, Pete. Yeah, that's right. It'll be slightly smaller than the F150, or in that envelope. Yeah, within that envelope. Look, it's going to be really interesting.
Hey, we better let Harold go to sleep.
Yeah, true. We don't want to be responsible for him having.
Got to get up at 5 to pull back.
Yeah, I could do a swim through, but I'm not. I've got to pack and I've got to make sure I've got a couple of charging bits and things. But look, it's like I had in the news. It's just been a massive week, and like Pete was alluding to quite a few minutes ago. In hindsight, this will be a very historic time for EVs and Tesla in Australia. This is what we've been waiting for, is the Model Y, and I don't think any of us can really understand. And Elon can't. He's admitted it. He's a smart guy. He's admitted he's been surprised, and.
No, so hang on. Just go to one point here. His mission is to change the like
Advance.
electrify everything, right?
Advance the.
Yeah.
Accelerate the transition.
Yeah.
Accelerating
So-
the world's transition to sustainable energy.
Yeah. So, but in terms of bang for buck, getting places like Vietnam, Indonesia, India, those ones there, that's a far more bang for buck than putting a Cybertruck in Australia.
I don't know, you know.
You got to look at the disposable income of the people. So we're a small market, but
Yeah, but
we've got
a robo taxi
income's a lot
bus in
smaller.
those countries would take stacks of stuff off the road and then be able to then have mass transportation in those areas.
They're a lot more efficient per litre than we are.
Yeah.
Like here, if you could replace, you know, a diesel F-150 with an electric F-150, the actual amount of difference you're making is huge.
You need electric bikes
So-
over there.
Exciting times.
And you've got to pick. And you've got to pick your.
there will be, sorry, there,
So go,
there will be
Richard.
other manufacturers that can offer cheaper options than Tesla can, for sure.
Yeah.
Like Tesla can't go for every market.
Polestar.
No, and the
Sorry,
point
Harold.
is, as shareholders, Tesla doesn't need to be the world's biggest car manufacturer. If it has a quarter of the market, well,
It's the same as Apple. Apple's, you know, the same thing. They don't have to be the biggest.
it doesn't have
Exactly
the
the same.
majority of the market,
Yeah,
but it has the
exactly.
majority of the profit.
It is the Apple of the car world.
But I guess
It is.
if by Tesla doing what it does, it forces other people to make change as well. It's achieved the same mission, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
if the Hongkong One Mini, the GM thing that's like a death trap, takes thousands of tons of carbon emissions off the road, it's still achieving the same function, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, as a shareholder, it's just all sunshine and happiness, really, from here on out, because it's just a cash cow. It's a rare. Or Pete, I don't think there are many companies that are high growth cash cows, but it's almost like a tautology. You can't have a cash cow that's high growth because that's a different definition of a share, you know, of a company. There are cash cows that are steady.
Would the Apple be the next
You've-
strongest
you've
company
got-
in the world?
You've
After
got
Tesla?
who?
Apple be the next strongest?
No, there's the Saudi Arabian. What are they called? Saudi
Aramco.
Arabia. Yeah.
Serenco or something.
Aramco.
Aramco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So go, Pete. Sorry, you
but,
want to say?
Yeah, it's a stock that has got mutually exclusive characteristics in one. It's a you know,
A high growth cash cow,
mind blowing.
which that shouldn't happen. By definition, it shouldn't happen. But I mean, Apple broke the mold. Apple was going to go broke several times.
Steve
Their
Jobs.
CEO and founder was kicked out of the company,
Yeah.
literally in
And then brought
disgrace,
back to fix it.
and then brought back when they were on their knees. And then they just
Amazing.
came out with this stupid product called an iPhone that just
Fucking smashed it.
like the executives at Nokia must have been laughing at this thing going, or at BlackBerry.
Yeah.
Who's got a BlackBerry? I think they've literally officially
They stopped supporting it. Yeah. Stopped supporting
They've
it.
had to admit defeat. You know.
Yeah, the iPhones.
Anyway, on that note, I was going to say the royal we need to go to bed. I'm going to say that I need to go to bed because I've got a bit of a mission tomorrow. But Pete, as is tradition on this great day, well, we've had lots of great days, but this is one of the better ones. How would you take out the show?
As always, stay safe, stay sustainable, stay ahead of the curve.
And the best way to do that is buy a Tesla or several, join Tokwa, and ask us anything about accelerating the world's transition to sustainable energy. Take care, everyone. I look forward to seeing you next week with some nice specky pics of Kaiguna.
Night, Damo. Saw you,
And,
George.
take care. Good night, Damo. Thanks for joining us. Take care, everyone. We'll
I've
see you
been
next
in and
week.
out all night, Harold. I've had a bit on.
All good, mate. No, we got to go. This
Keep
is
it
the
running.
outro. We're going in 3, 2, 1.
Be safe,
Take
Harold.
care.
guys.
Be
Safe
safe.
driving.
Thanks, mate.